Hello everyone and welcome back. And it appears we did have some technical difficulties, but they've been fixed. And thank you everyone for sticking with us. And in the meantime, we left in a kind of critical situation because Wenjun had a decision to make. Lei Tingjie perhaps surprising Wenjun there in the opening. And after a long think of maybe 20 plus minutes, we saw that Wenjun did make a decision. She picked up her d pawn, moved it one square, and now after knight bd2, again, Wenjun is thinking, considering what to play.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, d6 sort of kicks the can down the road. And just to reiterate for people just joining, 20 minutes might seem irrational given the relative simplicity of the move, but it makes sense in the context of the other alternatives available and the alternatives that are no longer available after you've played d6. In particular, the bishop, as far as I know, maybe the rules have changed, cannot go from c5 to e7 anymore. So that's already a big commitment. That means that any time from now on that you want to escape the pin, you basically have to go h6, g5, because moving the queen away is not really feasible in most of these positions. Allowing bishop takes knight doesn't seem appetizing in the least. But now she's got to make up her mind again. Is she playing h6, or is she continuing to twitch the can down the road with a6 or bishop d7 or one of these semi-neutral moves?
Yeah, that is the big decision. And again, she has to anticipate on a practical level which one is the most sharpest, which one can she play very solidly and very simply as well. Because when you're surprised, you don't necessarily want to delve into complications that your opponent has studied beforehand. You don't want to be winging that kind of position. Instead, you want to go into a position that's simple. You can make good, safe decisions. And okay, so this position I have up there here in my database, and I can see that has been played before quite a few times. Black's main move is actually to play h6, as you mentioned, to kick that can further down the road.
Yeah.
wait for that decision to come.
As long as humanly possible. Just so we don't have to decide whether to play g5 just yet. But this type of position has been popular for really decades and decades. One older plan involves playing queen e7 and then I think like knight d8, knight e6. So I don't know if that's coming up in your database, Yovi, as a possible alternative. It is.
It is. Queen e7 has been played by 40% of the players. Okay. And so it is definitely an idea. h6, there after bishop retreats, then queen e7 is an idea. g5 tends to be the main move. But again, do you want to play into g5 when you know that your opponent has been studying this for months?
Yeah.
I don't think I don't think I necessarily would take on that challenge. And I like your idea of queen e7 with knight to d8 to knight to e6. But I have to say, though, it's not the one that immediately springs to mind.
For sure.
If I was coming to this position fresh,
I
might be looking at other things.
I have a crazy stat for you. I opened this up on ChessBase to look up when this first occurred, this position. And the crazy thing is that this position occurred in an obscure game in 1896. And then the next time it occurred, according to the database, was 2001. So over 100 years passed before the first and the second time that this position appears in the database. And in the 1896 game, a guy named Alfred Oppenheim, not Oppenheimer, but Oppenheim, in between, making his discoveries, he played a6, bishop a4, and actually uncovered the queen e7, knight d8, knight e6 idea, presumably on his own, even though he ended up losing the game. Just a fun stat.
That is a fun stat. I do like that. Chess has been around for ages, 1896, and we still have the record of that game. Although I've been reading some historical books, and it turns out that a lot of these games might not have happened in practice. A lot of them might be consultation games, and where people fiddled the analysis, especially, these beautiful tactical ones.
Yes. Absolutely. I know exactly what you're talking. I'm glad you're bringing attention to this because much like a lot of quotes that are misattributed online, those quotes that are always attributed to Albert Einstein, he
Abraham.
said everything.
No, it
Abraham
was
Lincoln.
well-known fact. Abraham Lincoln said, "You mustn't believe everything on the internet."
Exactly. Not everything you read on the internet is true, said Abraham Lincoln while commanding his troops at Gettysburg. But you're exactly right. Like even the evergreen and immortal games played by Adolf Anderson were coffee house games. They were not real tournament games. And a lot of the really famous moves that you see plastered all over, chess books and common chess pop material were actually, that doesn't diminish their value, but the games were either made up or they were coffee house games. So I'm totally with you. I think it's important. Yeah. Or we found this nice line. Let's pretend that this actually happened in the game. Nobody needs to know.
I know this is the pre-internet games, even the television, whatever, you can just do whatever you like and publish it. But it was a nice time then. And I also there was also this big misconception that chess was a gentleman's game during this time as well. Not true.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, a lot of the players were known to be brawlers, let's put it like that. And
yeah, far from gentlemen. Yeah.
You can have a lot of fun reading the history books. I recommend it. And okay, big decision from Wenjun. She's taken her time and she has played a6.
Okay.
And now, how is Lei Tingjie, challenger, going to react?
Well, they're following the Oppenheim game from 1896.
Yeah, bishop a4 would be a complete copy. Bishop takes knight has been played 3 times according to the opening analysis.
Mm-hmm.
What's your vibe? Do you prefer to retreat your bishop, or make that trade?
My vibe is to retreat the bishop. I mean, I don't like to give away the bishop pair if not strictly necessary. And bishop c6 would make sense in the context of following up with d4. Mm-hmm. And then things actually get quite tactical. So if Lei is out of her preparation, I would imagine that she spends some time calculating this. If we could pull up an analysis board just to give some context, I'm still pretty sour on this whole idea because after bishop c6, bc, d4, I mean, even if black quote unquote yields the center, the problem when you give up the bishop pair is that you almost you've bitten off more than you can handle. Like black castles, white castles, black plays h6. And this center looks nice, but it also gets under a lot of pressure from black's minor pieces. The bishop comes out to g4. So as visually appealing as this is, my vote is usually bishop a4 in most of these Ruy Lopez positions. Keep the bishop, save it for a rainy day.
Yeah, I agree with you. Keep the tension on the board. And that's something that we have seen Lei Tingjie do. And yeah, just going back to your analysis, it does feel like black can breathe a huge sigh of relief because it's just one threat that they have to deal with, and that is like pushing the e-pawn forward. And once that's easily fended off, then you can continue your game and enjoy the bishop pair. But I did see some questions. Some people in chat were saying they believe in the doubling of pawns. I'm not so sure.
Well, but, the engine always likes to take here. Mm-hmm.
But the pause from Lei Tingjie means that she is seriously considering bishop takes c6.
Yeah, it's a critical moment. It's a big decision. So even if she has a preconceived notion of what move is correct, you owe it to yourself to put some thought into the alternative in a classical game. The computer in these Spanish positions often likes to take on c6 and just continue by playing chess, just castle and bank on black's pawn weaknesses. But from a human perspective, I feel like bishop a4 is just the move that you play in response to a6 if you're a real Ruy Lopez player. Not sure what that entails. I do not put myself in that category, by the way.
Well, they like to maintain the tension. That's what I've noticed. I mean, Ruy Lopez positions are so difficult to play because they have all 4 minor pieces from each side on the board and not that much space. And it's all about maneuvering. It's all about anticipating all these pawn advances, pawn breaks. And it's a very tough, complicated game. And we see Lei Tingjie consider what she's going to do. But the good news for Wenjun, though, is it does mean that Lei Tingjie is out of her opening preparation. So, so this is always a good thing, in my opinion, because a6 by its nature is not going to be a bad move.
No, it can only, it will not be a fatal mistake to play a6 on the black side of the Spanish. And you're forcing your opponent into making a decision. So far, Wenjun has been the one making the big critical decisions. I mean, she's made one of them so far, which was to play d6. Now, you toss the ball into your opponent's court. You make your opponent kind of feel the pain of having these two roads, and one of them is correct. And you always feel this buyer's remorse, I think, when you have a decision between two moves. You make one, and you're always like, wait, maybe I should have put a little bit more thought into the other. You make the other, I should have kept the bishop pair after all. There's no winning there.
There's never any winning. And, you mentioned Wenjun, and of course, Wenjun has been dominating women's chess for quite a while. She has an accolade of achievements. And we have this really amazing video that chess.com have produced on it. So let's take a look at three-time reigning women's world champion Wenjun. Born in 1991 in Shanghai, world champion Wenjun has won the FIDE Women's World Championship 3 times. Now she attempts to become the 6th four-time champion. In that time, she has established herself as one of the strongest women to ever play chess. As a teenager, Ju was already one of China's best players. At age 13, she finished second in the Asian Women's Chess Championship. At 18, she earned FIDE's official Women Grandmaster title. And at just 19, she won the Chinese Women's Chess Championship. The next year, she had already fulfilled all the requirements to become a Grandmaster. By 2016, Ju found an even higher gear. She won 2 of the 3 events she entered in that year's FIDE Women's Grand Prix, the latter by a full point. Easily winning the entire series, Ju earned a World Championship match in 2018 against Tan Zhongyi. Ju proved that her stellar consistency in the Grand Prix was no fluke. In the early part of the match, Ju went on a hot streak, winning 3 of 4 games. After 10 total games, she was world champion. But there was not much time for Ju to enjoy her accomplishment. FIDE had scheduled a large field world championship tournament just 6 months later, with no special privileges for the champion. In the end, however, the knockout event was simply another opportunity for Ju's star to shine. Not only did she win the tournament to stay champion, she coasted through most of it. In the first 4 rounds, Ju didn't need so much as a tiebreak. When it came time to face Katerina Lagno in the final, resilience was also called for. Ju fell behind with 1 game left, needing a win on demand to force a playoff. And she did just that. Then she won the tiebreaker as well, proving that her excellence extended to rapid chess. Ju had now won the World Championship not once, but twice in the same year in 2018. She joined Vera Menchik as the only woman to win 2 in a single year. In nearly unprecedented fashion, Ju had proved she was no one-off. In her career to date, including a 3rd World Championship in January 2020, Ju has shown the ability to dominate several formats. Large matches, small matches, knockout tournaments, even the round robin of the Grand Prix. All have gone her way.
But Wenjun, she's too strong, too experienced to freak out and make a mistake.
Whether enjoying a 3-1 run against the world champion or nearly going undefeated in a large field knockout, she is simply one of the best. The challenger, Lei Tingjie, will have to be at her best too. Otherwise, the world champion will once again be Wenjun. Challenger Lei Tingjie is trying to become the 18th women's world champion. Yeah, this is incredible achievements there from Wenjun. Also 6 women to break the 2600 barrier. And then, of course, in 2018, she set the world alight when she became women's world champion, not just once in 1 year, but twice. I mean, can you imagine that? She won it in a classical match, which is actually almost identical to this one. She played the first half in Shanghai. She started with 2.5 out of 3 against Tang Zhongyi, and then the match moved over to Chongqing, right where Tang Zhongyi and incidentally Lei Tingjie hail from. And then just a few months later, she had to do it all over again in a completely different format. And she's really a very, very impressive chess player.
Yeah, I mean, she's been a grandmaster for right about 10 years. You know, she's played a wide variety of opponents and different styles across the years in world championship matches. And it's very scary when you're playing somebody and you're thinking, yeah, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. I want to perform. And your opponent's like, okay, another day in the office, another day, you know, in the world championship office. It's scary to play someone who thinks like that because they're able to settle the butterflies in their stomach and they start going after you. So with all that considered, I think Lei Tingjie has acquitted herself extremely well in the first 2 games, managing to put a lot of pressure on her uber experienced opponent, who I will add had a great performance in the Sharjah Masters, winning the first 2 games, defeating FIDE. So that was definitely a confidence boost as well for Wenjun a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I remember that tournament. She started 2 points out of 2, as you mentioned, one of only 2 players to do that. And she gained 16 rating points, which is, again, not easy to do in this day and age. Everyone is more likely losing points.
Sure.
And of course, when it comes to Wenjun, she is such a formidable player. And I remember commenting on the Champions Chess Tour, and there was a point where it looked like she might become the first woman to get through to the qualifying stages. Her play was that impressive. So she's good at all time controls. Rapid, blitz, online, world championship chess.
She's, I mean, that 10 years of experience, matches, tournaments, any format, just a formidable opponent. And, trying to assert her dominance for yet another year. And we're still so early in this match. I mean, it's still so early and way too early to talk about, who's got the psychological edge. And experience only takes you so far. You still need to make good moves. I think, it's important not to overstate the role of all of that. This is still just a chess game. And Lei Tingjie has played plenty of chess games in her life. She's also been a grandmaster for quite a while now. So, I don't think that Wenjun is thinking of this as a walkover or thinking that simply on the strength of her experience alone, this is going to be an easy match. Let's not forget there are 10 rating points that separate these 2 players. And rating, as much as we think it does, it actually very rarely lies. If you're 10 rating points apart, that means your playing strength is about equivalent, period.
Are you breaking the hearts of millions of people there, Dania? The chess rating actually tells us everything, because we've all kind of suffered a tumble, and so everyone's like, no, it doesn't matter that much. But I completely agree with you. I mean, Lei Tingjie, her star has been in the ascendant, and I think overall from the last 2 years that they have played, Lei Tingjie has actually had a better overall performance. But both these players, as Alexandra Kostaniuk mentioned, I mean, they were really hit very hardly by the pandemic. They were not allowed out of China. There were no tournaments to play in. And Lei Tingjie only had one chance to get at the World Championship, and that was to win the Women's Grand Swiss, and she did that. And then she only had one chance to play chess at the tournaments, the candidates, and she did. That was her one and only tournament of the year, and she managed it. And so, of course, a tough competitor, and I did suspect that the pause was all about capturing that knight, and indeed, it does leave the board.
Well, I appreciate the creativity, and at least we're going to get an imbalance. And you're absolutely right. Once you start thinking in that position, it means you're not playing bishop a4 automatically, which means that not only are you aware that there's an alternative, but you're taking it seriously. And at some point, there's almost a sunk cost effect where you've been thinking for long enough to where you actually want that thing to count. And I'm very curious to see how Lei Tingjie follows this move up, because there's 2 fundamentally different approaches. You can play d4. That's what we were exploring earlier. Or you can say, listen, d4 is not really going anywhere. Let me castle first, maybe even park my queen on a4 and put some pressure on c6 and really enjoy this pin and try to squeeze as much out of it as possible. So definitely not a bad decision objectively, but a lot depends on how she follows it up, and she follows it up very concretely. There's d4. It's on the board.
Yeah, that's something that we've seen in these last two games from Lei Tingjie. Where she can, she would choose the most active approach. And yeah, we're expecting pawn takes pawn from Wenjun. But I mean, going back to the plan that you mentioned, where you take a very positional approach, unless you've done some serious study, I think that doesn't come naturally. That's kind of more in the realm of the computer, because you feel like when you've given up a bishop for a knight, you need to get something tangible in return. And if you can get the center, whoopie doo dah, that's amazing.
Yeah, and now it's Zhu and Jun's turn to figure out whether she can get away with dropping the bishop back. I don't think that she can. I think you might have to play e takes. Although, again, we talked about the situation earlier. Like, I never know when white can capture on e5 and when there's some random tactic waiting for white at the end of the road.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have the time. I think Zhu and Jun will take a pause. Let's investigate. So first of all, let's do the most obvious one: pawn takes pawn. Or do you want to go for the more fruity retreat the bishop?
Let's start with the more fruity, because if you can get away with the bishop b6, I think you play it. So first thing we should probably check is takes. And
you win a juicer. I'm learning internet speak.
You could take the juicer on f2. The problem then is the white takes on e4, defends the bishop on g5, rotate the bastion. So you can play something mundane like rook e8. And actually, this is pretty fruity, as you put it, because if white moves her knight back to f3, I think there might be a really pretty tactic with knight takes e4. And it's not, that out of the ordinary. I think here you can play, at the very least, just knight takes c3, pick up the queen, and then at the end, very importantly, you're still attacking the bishop. So that's out of the question for white. So after rook e8, you're going to have to defend this knight. But I would be terrified, I don't know about you, Yovi, I'd be terrified about playing f4 because now you can't even castle.
Yeah, I mean, you can't castle, and that's going to be a problem. And also, you can see scenarios where no, she does capture the pawn.
Yeah, she does capture the pawn, staying out of that cesspit of tactics, and drops the bishop back to b6.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very, very natural. And this has parallels with is it called the Smyslov variation in the Roy Lopez, where you go bishop d7 and they take the knight? Or I might be getting my Lopez's confused. But I've seen this kind of like pawn structure before in one variation where white gets the center but has given up the bishop pair in order to achieve it.
No, for sure. It's a structure that arises out of like the Steinitz variation, I think, where black plays d6 early and white then plays bishop takes c6. You do get the structure sometimes with like a knight on d4 instead of a pawn. So it's interesting how this impacts the evaluation. Now I would expect white to castle. I think for newer players, it's good to point out why e5 isn't as... It's a move, but it doesn't win the game. And Jun has not missed this move. If white plays e5... I think at the very least, black can play something like queen to e8. Okay, the computer doesn't like that, probably because bishop f6 and knight e4 causes a lot of problems. But I'm sure there's some tactical response. Maybe you start with de, and then move the queen somewhere in order to deliver a check on e8, maybe even queen to d3. And after ef6, rook e8 does not look savory for white in the least.
No, that looks awful for white. No, rewind. Yeah. Let's not do that to
get back position. To the position. Exactly. Maybe just castles kingside. What do you think about that?
Yeah, castle kingside makes a lot of sense. I mean, the king needs some safety. I mean, I tell all my students this: just castle the king to safety. It's a nervous individual. You can't keep it on open line. So, and then afterwards, I guess you can kind of use the same plans that you mentioned in the Steinitz. That was the word I wanted. That was the name of the... And you see chat also telling us castles was also the best. Good advice there. Castle, and then just maintain that space and just keep asking black the question, what are you going to do? I do like playing that kind of chess where you just play preemptive moves, nicely developing, and you keep handing the active choices, that is, to black, because it's very difficult to do nothing in life. You have to do something. And white does have the long-term trumps that the bishop on b6 is a little bit out of play, but I'm kind of more focused on that pawn on c6, that it has a mark on its back.
It most certainly does. And it can be attacked several different ways. And if you can get black to play c5, then, of course, white can reach sort of a favorable Benoni structure with d5. And then that bishop, the dark square bishop, might have a couple of things to say, PG things to say to that pawn if it steps out in front of its diagonal with c5. And I guess that might be another line of thinking that Lei Tingjie is pursuing. Maybe she should start with rook c1 or queen a4. My worry is just that the e-file is too juicy for black. So I would definitely start by castling here and then, crossing the next bridge when you're fully developed.
Right, I completely agree. Like after rook c1, I mean, it's even might be tempted to go h6 and then maybe g5. And then once you've interrupted the pin, you do have tactical possibilities of capturing a pawn in the middle of the board, or maybe even springing forward a d5, sorry, and just initiating that challenge in the center. So just to avoid those headaches, I would simply castle, king safety, and then you can focus. I mean, the rook c1 can happen anytime. And one of the things that I always like to do with the pawns on e4 and d4 is actually not make a decision with them. I just simply like them as space grabbers. They just sit there, control the squares, and just give white the flexibility just to develop the pieces and be able to switch from one side to the other.
For sure. And interestingly, Lei Tingjie not hurrying. Definitely e5 is something that you have to you are obliged to calculate a move like this in a classical game. But once you figure out that e5 doesn't lead anywhere, I feel like, at least to me, castle's kingside is automatic. What do you think could be on her mind? Is it that she's taking queen c2 more seriously than I am?
Oh, you think she's going to head the other way? Well, that would be food for thought.
I mean, I'm always thinking about that. You have to understand, in any position. And the more I look at it, the more like crazily not dumb it starts to seem. Unlike most.
Okay. Well, she is thinking about things, so let's have a look. Let's take a deep dive. Queen c2. I must admit, I did not even consider this. This is why you're grandmaster. And
I'm plumbing the depths of the position because she's thinking about something.
Yes, she is. Well, you're doing great detective work. Queen c2. And then, so I like the idea of breaking, just going h6, just asking the question. And also creating some kind of heir for my king.
Agreed.
Might be relevant one day. I don't care about pawns, by the way.
You don't? So you're not going to play g5,
no.
g4, and grab the pawn on d4? You sure about that? That is a nice juicy center pawn. I'm actually worried about g5.
Yeah, I was actually talking about queen takes pawn, because there is a possibility of bishop takes knight and then queen takes c6. That was the one I was being vague there. And that was the one I was thinking, I don't care. Whatever.
No, here I agree completely. Two bishops, and look at that pressure on the center. Looks amazing for black.
But g5 was very much on my radar because I wanted to play g5 in an earlier position to g5 and bishop g3.
And g4.
And g4, because I was also thinking about ideas of going knight takes e4 as well. That was in the horizon like for me.
F5, F4. I'll leave. I'll leave the conversation that to more qualified players. But at least g4 looks pretty good for black, and then bishop takes d4 to come. So h6 is actually a very, very troublesome move for white to deal with. And could it be by extrapolation that one thing which is worrying Lei Tingjie, not to jump around too much, but in the event that she castles, h6 is still a bigger problem than it may appear, because she has to accurately evaluate the position after bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, g4. This is still a center pawn, and I'm not in the business of going around and handing out free pawns on d4. If white has to go bishop e3, well, then black gets a lot of breathing room, no more pin, and a certain initiative starts to develop. So I think you're onto something.
Yeah. And also in that time, in this particular position, white doesn't have the luxury of taking some time out to defend the d4 pawn either. So say, for instance, you were to go, okay, g5, g4 is a threat, so I should go. you should go queen a4 or something like that because you want to maintain the pin. And then, my idea really comes into play of going g5 and then going knight takes e4.
So queen a4 in this position.
Yeah, so if you make a move, I don't think black will bother taking any time out to defend. Yep. And instead you go g5 again, break that pin, and now knight takes pawn is a possibility.
Followed by either f5, or were you thinking more
Rookie
in the direction of the e-file?
Yeah, I was thinking more in the direction of the e-file, but both of them kind of appeal to me.
Yeah, I mean, you win the piece back. You've got central control. This looks great.
Yeah. So, well, we do see a move from Lei Tingjie. She has castled. So now we really do have to do a deep dive into h6.
And it feels to me that it's a low-risk move. You can play it, and then without even deciding if you're playing g5. Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly. No, exactly. So after h6, I would be very disappointed in my position if I had to retreat my bishop to e3 or f4. I mean, I would be like, no, you have to go h4, come what may. And bishop h6, bishop h4, g5, and let's see, like
you have to calculate it again. It's a classical
absolutely
game.
Bishop g3. Yeah, knight takes pawn. Knight takes pawn is always something to think about. And,
but I'd be skeptical, I guess, because black can play bishop takes d4. But we'll get to that. I'll continue the line. Sorry.
Yeah, g4.
Let's go.
You're appealing to my base nature. I like to grab pawns, so knight to h4. Take the pawn in the middle of the board. And okay, now's the time for the d2 knight to start doing something. So knight c4.
Just c5, I think. Black is doing fantastic here. I mean, there's no way to attack anything on the king's side. And it's because
I can get to
f5 square is defended.
Yeah, but I can get to f5. I can go knight e3. That was my plan. I'm like, okay, once I've said Peter, I'm going to say Paul, I'm going to care about the b2 pawn. In fact, I might even give you my rook.
Well, you say Peter, I say Paul, I say d4 pawn, and then I say e4 pawn, and then I say, where are they?
Oh, no.
I'll take it. Well, it's still not clear. I mean, knight f5, it's scary for black. This is a threat. You're threatening to eliminate the bishop, but somehow it feels like black should be able to consolidate here, maybe even by giving away one of the pawns and trading off some pieces in a return.
Yeah. Yes, somehow I agree with you. That was a cold shower in the morning there, Dania. Okay, so
but what about this?
That is a possibility. Pawn takes.
Bishop takes. Probably you take, right?
Yes. The bishop is a nice defender there on that diagonal.
Ooh, and try this on for size. I'll start with knight f3, double attack on the bishop.
Okay.
You'll probably take on b2.
Why not? The maximalist in me says go for it. And then now I have
to retreat, but then I have sort of, I can at the very least win the piece back with e5, then take the queen and take the knight back with tempo. But the maximalist in me says that rook b3 might be even more promising.
Yeah, but this is the problem, though, because that roving rook is going to swing over, and how to... Yeah, I cannot defend. So it was just the chicken in me was like, give something back.
Yeah, exactly. Give up a piece to avoid getting mated. So black might have to go bishop e5, but this endgame just seems wholly unappetizing after bishop takes f6.
Yeah.
So suddenly we've gone in 3 moves from like super positional, this is going to be a maneuvering game, to let's calculate crazy sacrifices on both sides. This definitely is, I think, what both players are thinking about. That much is a pretty safe assumption to make.
And going back to that critical g5 and the sacrifice.
Yep. So bishop h4, g5, knight
g5. We
g5.
have to give that one some more airtime. And pawn takes. Knight has to be done. Okay, and so now maybe e5 is a concrete threat.
Yes.
Yeah.
So are there alternative ways to defend against it? I don't see anything. I mean, I guess you can play queen e7, but then I can still play e5. Oh, this is nice. Sorry, that is not nice. This is nice. E5, DE, and knight E4.
Ah, yeah, that is very, very nice. Okay, so okay, you're not gonna go for that. Nope, I'm steering away from that one. So you have to go bishop takes pawn, forced.
Bishop takes pawn,
Unless
forced. And then we were looking at this move.
No, it's and okay. So if you go c5,
yeah. See, and by the way, this is the reason that my eyes were darting to the right side, because if you play knight c4, then black plays c5, and the bishop is firmly entrenched on d4. Here, I think I can take twice. You go king g7, and now maybe white can make a slower move, because I feel like black is so paralyzed. Maybe I could go f4 with the idea of rook f3, rook g3. Sign me up for this, please. This is the kind of Roy Lopez that I like. I mean, who doesn't like a position like this with white, to be fair?
No, this is every black player's nightmare. I mean, no, you don't want to be playing this. Nope. Okay, so, I mean, is there a better defense? I'm just thinking, is the engine got something better in store for us? Or is just g5 a mistake?
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to err on the side of thinking that it is a mistake. And if it is a mistake, then it begs two questions. The first is, does it even benefit black then to play h6, or does it just weaken the king side? And the second is, well, what do you do instead? Because now e5 actually is a huge threat. I was laughing about it earlier, but now that white is castled, if black can't go h6, g5, this is what we were talking about earlier. That was the only mechanism to dealing with the spin. So you might then have to consider an awkward move like queen e8, and you might have to evaluate the consequences of allowing bishop takes f6. Am I being too extreme here? Maybe bishop g4, so I don't know. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what I was thinking is I like h6 in general, just because you have the possibility of breaking the pin. So h6 on the board. Okay. And the move that I wanted to play was you also hit the nail on the head. I was kind of borrowing ideas from semi-Slavs and other ideas, which is go bishop to g4, with the idea that after e5, you can go g5.
Ah. So you wait for e5 and then play g5.
Yes.
So bishop h4, bishop g4, specifically.
Specifically this. Although I do feel like the black's position is on a knife's edge there. Because
you're not playing this game. You get to, at the end of the day, you can wash your hands of it.
That is true. I have no skin in this fight. It's fine. Absolutely. Yeah, why not? Okay, so maybe.
White's position is also at a knife's edge, though, because if you play ef gh, if white loses the f1, I mean, this is really, really bad for white. So I feel like visually, black is worth terrified, but white has to make this attack work, or she's going to start losing all these weak pawns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was the plan. But is there any other thing? Like, for instance, you could step back with a bishop.
So instead of e takes f6, just play bishop g3.
Instead of e takes f6.
Bishop g3, yeah. And I guess black plays maybe knight to h5.
Yeah.
And now maybe like a positional move, like queen c2, just getting out of the pin, aiming at the c6 pawn. This actually might be, I think there's a high likelihood that we will see a position like this in the game. If Wenjun follows the same logical steps that we did, okay, look at g5, looks too dangerous because of the sack. What else can I do? Well, bishop g4 is the only other indirect way to at least discourage e5. That was a great call, Joey. I think we might see this. But bishop f4 by Lei Tingjie, she doesn't play bishop h4.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh.
Okay.
Interesting.
I'm not a fan of this move at all.
And I think, there we could see it awarded a question mark as well by the game review. I'm not a fan either.
Plenty of time. You got to look at bishop h4 a little bit longer, right?
I agree. And plus, Okay, this is just a little tip for everyone. It's amazing what people will do when they overthink positions. So if you maintain the pin, and I've done this on many occasions, it's amazing what responses my opponents have done in order to do it, because often they've been like bad moves. They just couldn't handle the tension, or they couldn't handle the whole aspect of being pinned. And you should never underestimate the power of a human mind to go wrong. And I feel like bishop f4 doesn't allow a Ju Wenjun to make those type of errors. And there we still see Ju Wenjun seated at the board. She quickly makes the move rook to e8. So in terms of clock time, well, Ju Wenjun still behind on the clock with just under 55 minutes. And what is very interesting is that when both players were having their long things, they were both seated at the board, which is, completely different to the World Championship match between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. There we just saw players seated in the resting rooms, and we just often saw two chairs. I mean, is it difficult? I mean, I know personally for me, it would be difficult to sit there at the board, but is it difficult to actually sit there and think whilst your opponent is in the tank for such a long time?
I mean, I think it depends primarily on whether you've got things to think about, because often the situation occurs when you're still in your preparation, your opponent isn't. So then you're enjoying yourself. You've got this amazing feeling that I've out-prepared my opponent. Everybody knows who the papa is. And that's when I like walking around the playing hall looking at the other games, because you're still in that comfy sitting by the fireplace zone of being in your preparation. In a World Championship game where both players are out of the preparation and one player just happens to be deciding on an important move, I think it makes a lot more sense to sit at the board. Now, I say all of this, I am a complete pacer. If my opponent thinks for longer than 5 minutes and I'm not in severe time pressure, I'm usually up and about. And people think that when you're walking in a tournament, you're looking at other games. Often you're still thinking about your game. You just need that fresh air and that change of perspective in order to help you look at things and not go insane.
I totally agree with you. I use it as a time to think about plans. I use it as a motivational time. I'm with you in the pacing camp. I do my best when I'm allowed to pace. I do my worst when I'm up on the podium, just like these two. And I feel constrained by the fact that everyone is looking at me. And there we see with Ju Wenjun's last move, she's attacked a pawn in the center, and she's emerged from this complicated opening with a relatively comfortable position, which is setting us nicely for all the action that is going to be occurring soon. And it's the perfect time to take a quick break. So don't go away. We will be back in a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. This so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab, and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5, and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive, for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop g5 with mate.
No way!
It has to give it. Mate! You bloated mate!
Chance, rook f7. Whoa, no! 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 we're just waiting on Lei's choice here.
Oh no! She didn't play that!
Kudos to Lei Tingjie for a really, really impressive performance.
Lei Tingjie has won this match. Huge congratulations. What a performance. Great games.
And that's it!
Resignation!
That's
wow.
it!
Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 Candidates Finals. Congratulations to Lei Tingjie and her supporters.
Hello, and we are back for the Game 3 coverage of the 2023 Women's World Championship match between Lei Tingjie and three-time Women's World Champion Wenjun. And we've just seen the players survive the opening stage, and we actually left you guys when Lei Tingjie had made an inaccuracy, and it's another big move on the board because, as they often say in chess, mistakes often come in pairs. And there we can see that Queen C2 does allow a big tactic for black.
Yeah, it feels like the root of the problem is that, first of all, Lei Tingjie didn't invest enough time in Bishop H4. And second of all, I think she's in sort of chill mode here, where she thinks that she probably has a slight edge, but I think she's underestimating the extent of Black's power that's exerted on White's central pawns, and that power can be made manifest with the move Knight takes E4 right now, which I'm assuming was overlooked by Lei Tingjie. And here's how it works: after Knight takes E4, and it doesn't win the game, but it's just a very, very nasty move that poses problems. White has to recapture, I would imagine. Then Black develops the bishop to F5. You can't desperado sack the knight because the queen recaptures and simultaneously defends the bishop, whereas if you play knight F2 or rook Fe1, obviously Black follows up with D5. The knife and the fork are both staring down this knight. And the problem isn't that White's down material. I guess White can capture on C6 Yovi, but after D takes E4, I mean, things look really, really nasty. You can lose the D4 pawn. I mean, you can lose the game here pretty quickly.
Yeah, you certainly can, because the position is very open. Black will have the bishop pair, and on a practical level, Black is already much better because White's pride and joy and the whole basis of compensation for gifting Black the bishop pair was this wonderful center, and now she's just moved her queen right into the firing line. And I agree. You do not want to lose the central pawn, especially if you're going to gain a doubled C pawn in a compensation. I mean, no. You don't want to make that trade. Just no. In the middle game, they always say the center pawns are the best, and the C6 pawn is doubled. It's not that important. That's not a great pawn to win in return. So no, big moment. I mean, the question is, will Lei Tingjie be able to? Wenjun will she be able to spot this? And I think it's very natural as well. The only thing that you need to consider is moves like, say, after knight takes pawn, is queen takes c6 something. But there you can just see that bishop d7 at the very least is still going to preserve the knight.
And the great, you're not worse there. You're not even sacrificing anything in knight takes e4. It's a temporary sacrifice. So as long as you establish that, I win the piece back, you can basically go for it. Like, the actual evaluation doesn't matter. You know that you're not worse. You know that you're playing for the advantage there. And this is just so much more appetizing than the alternatives. I mean, you can play bishop b7 or bishop d7. I don't even think Black is worse there. I just think knight takes e4 is the move that plays for maximum. This is a chance for Wenjun to grab the initiative for the first time in this match. And you cannot pass that opportunity by. I wonder if Lei Tingjie sees knight takes e4. We can all relate. Every single person in the chat can relate to the feeling of releasing a piece, either on the computer or over the board. And the moment you release it, it's like that light bulb flashes across your brain, and all you can do is pray that your opponent's not going to find the response.
Yeah. Well, the fact that Wenjun has not made an immediate move suggests to me that Wenjun is calculating that, and I don't know. It might be me just making something out of nothing, but I'm pretty sure I saw Lei Tingjie gulp. And like you say, why does this always happen after you've made the move and you've hit the clock? Why does your brain decide to go into gear then? And you're just like, come on, why were you not working 2 minutes ago when I made the move? Why do you have to come at me with bad news now? But yeah, Queen C2, bad move. Rook E1 seemed to be the best move there in order to defend the E4 pawn.
I mean, I think it's very clear at this point that Wenjun is calculating knight takes e4. I would be shocked if she doesn't play it. Of course, a lot of the type of thinking that you do in these cases is, okay, is this too good to be true? Am I missing a hidden tactic? And in the World Championship, you're double checking each line about 5 extra times. Why? Because it's the World Championship.
All eyes are on this one, and she knows that if she doesn't take the opportunity, it might not arise. And it does feel somewhat unfair also for Lei Tingjie. There you go, it's on the board. Knight takes pawn, and
go us.
Yeah, yes, and knight takes knight immediately. Response from Lei Tingjie.
Now, a big moment, because I'm 99% sure Lei Tingjie missed knight takes e4, but sometimes you see some players deliberately respond quickly to an unexpected turn of events to keep their opponent under the impression that everything is going according to plan. I think that makes zero sense here, because it's just a priori obvious that if Lei Tingjie had seen knight takes e4, she wouldn't have allowed it. So if I'm white, I'm hunkering down, taking 15, 20 minutes here and trying to figure out a way to avoid falling into a potentially nearly lost position.
Yeah, I agree with you. That is the way forward. But it takes some kind of character in order to stop and reevaluate and just think, okay, I've made a mistake. I've made a mess of things. Let me just think about how I should be proceeding. And there, after bishop f5, we do see Lei Tingjie start to think. She can play rook e1. That's one way to defend the knight. She can also just play queen takes pawn on c6. I'm looking at other candidate moves. Not that many moves as well.
Yeah, there's just not that many ways to defend the knight.
Yeah, and if you kind of step back with a sibling on f3 and move it to d2, then d5 is still going to come at you like a ton of bricks. And of course, you let go of protection of the d4 pawn as well. So,
yeah, and I think rook f1 is a sensible way to start. The other issue is that if you play queen takes c6 and say, okay, well, I'm just going to give up the knight and I'm going to restore material balance. Well, no, you're not, because after queen takes c6, if we bring up an analysis board real quick one more time, bishop takes c4. Okay, now this is a semi-fork where the knight on f3 isn't attacked, but it is attacked, right? You don't want to be able to play gf. So queen c3 seems forced, and black can still take on f3 because this is unappetizing to say the least. You're a healthy pawn down, which means you have to play gf, and I wouldn't wish this kind of position on my worst enemy. This is another fork. And again, you can't drop back to e3 because you blunder away this pawn. This is what I'm talking about when I say that the position can spin out of control within 2 or 3 moves. I think Lei Tingjie has to follow a very narrow path to keep the advantage under control. And she can keep the advantage under control. I see that by the eval bar. I can't put my finger on how that's possible just yet.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's not immediately visible to the eye. I mean, rook f1, I also saw the line queen takes pawn not being sufficient, but rook f1 seems to be one try. You can't. And then wait for d5, but I don't see what the evaluation bar is on about how they can maintain equality.
Well, apparently, and yeah, I looked at the computer. The move is I just came up with the move. Jamanka, I had a flash of brilliance. I took a sip of my Turkish coffee, and I discovered that the move is knight e5.
What?
Because after bishop takes c4, but the hard move is also the next one, because your brain automatically wants to capture on c6, but then black takes d4. You have to make this very calm move, queen c3. So the point is you delegate the jobs, right? The queen is delegated the job of defending the d4 pawn, whereas you thought that it would be capturing c6, but no, it's the knight that now has the job of reestablishing material equality. To be honest, this still looks very unappetizing after something like queen f6, but apparently by curling up into, you know, a little defensive ball, black can keep white's advantage under control, but good luck finding all three of those moves.
Wow. Queen c3 is the hardest move to spot. I think you can get to knight e5 just by a process of it disgust. You can just go, oh, nothing is not good. And so, but queen c3, just to understand that you've got to maintain the tension, that's a hard move to spot. And bishop e3. I'm not sure. And
oh man, we're on move
and
14.
That's the only way. Just to kind of confirm, that's the only way to maintain equality for black.
From what I see here, don't quote me on that. Obviously, I could turn on more lines, but full disclosure, we're on the same page here, Ivanka. We use the engine as few times as possible throughout the broadcast. I think that's only fair, and you know, only in these absolutely critical moments, for the sake of understanding, you know, what the meta narrative is here, what the right move is, we made an exception. But I'm pretty sure that that's the only way. Rook fe1 is the easiest of those moves because I just don't see anything else. And that actually could help Lei Tingjie find the sequence. The fact that, like, what else do you do? Everything else seems to lose.
Yeah, that is the problem. Like you mentioned, when you're walking on a knife edge, well, they do say that desperation is the mother of necessity is the mother of creation and invention. I just completely massacred that saying, and I knew that one off by heart. Rook fe1. Necessity is the mother of invention.
I always get that one wrong for some reason.
Yeah, no, I've never got that one wrong. And then suddenly, I can't think. It's the morning. Although I can't really plead that because I know that's even earlier in the day for you. Rook fe1. On the board. d5 coming at your screens in approximately 2 minutes. How long do you think it will take Wenjun to play d5?
About 20 seconds. I mean, queen e7 is the only other move you consider, but queen e7 puts the queen right in front of the rook.
Yeah. d5. One of the things that has been a pleasure in this last two games for commentary is that I've got my predictions all wrong. My prediction game has not been. I've been like, white will play 100%. Me and my certain opinions, and of course they haven't. And here I was kind of expecting d5 to play almost by hand.
What I was looking, and we do have d5. There's a crazy line here that our producer Beck uncovered. If instead of d5, and I think this merits a quick display, black did have this weird quiet move, rook to e6. And the idea is to prepare d5 and say, well, the knight isn't going anywhere. And in response to queen takes c6, I'm going to play d5 with a discovered attack. But apparently here, white can give the knight up on her own terms with knight to d6, saying, you can have my knight, but you're going to have to mangle your entire pawn structure in the process of taking it. And that is the actual reason black has to play d5 right away. By extension, if white takes on c6, don't go rook e6 here. Here, it's important not to overthink it and just play d takes e4 with a huge initiative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's all.
But to be fair, it takes a special type of person to play rook e6. And when d5 is there screaming to be played.
Bick is a special person, don't you know?
Yeah. I'll just leave it out there. Thank you, Vic, for the suggestion.
Look who's in the chat
D5.
Now. Look who's in the chat. If it isn't the devil himself.
Oh, okay. I have to check. And okay, So the moment here, it seems to be that white has to play the move knight to e5. With the very sophisticated idea that after bishop takes knight, you go queen c3. You don't get greedy, you don't grab and try to recoup the material. You instead try to hold control of the position.
Yeah, this is Lei Tingjie's first real test of the World Championship. The first time that she is under a major amount of heat. You made a blunder. You've got time on your clock. The problem isn't that you're in severe time pressure and you have to deal with something you didn't expect. But we know that in these situations, 30 minutes can go by in a flash. Like, you can spend 30 minutes just like ruling out a single bad option, much less generating an option that you find acceptable. And it didn't take her long to generate the right option. Test is passed, although she still has to play queen c3, and she still might have to find bishop e3. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from Lei Tingjie. 95 on the board.
Yeah, I must say both of these players have impressed me with their kind of accuracy. Yes, there's been some like mistakes here and there, but on the whole, when they've been pushed and they've been asked the question, they have both come up with the goods and they've answered correctly. And knight e5, great defensive move. But bishop takes knight, second test is whether she will find queen c3, defending the d4 pawn. I think that one is actually easy to find.
Yeah, process of elimination.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be going queen takes c6 because the pawn on d4 is loose. But perhaps it's the third one that is difficult to find after queen f6 to retreat the bishop to e3. Because the bishop looks somewhat passive on that square.
Yeah, and bishop g3 is the more instinctual move. Of course, bishop takes e4, queen d2 is out of the question because you're allowing c5. And if black undoubles her pawns, not only does the knight lose its support, but the bishop opens up, all sorts of bad things happen. So we're going to see the position after bishop takes e4, queen c3, unless Wenjun plays pawn takes e4, which does have a certain flair to it. You might say that it prepares discovered attack with e3. What do you think about this move, Jovanka? Pawn takes e4.
It is natural because after all, it adds it creates a pawn majority there for black on the king side, and at the same time gives some squares to the queen. Like, I'm thinking d5, and after all, attacks a pawn on d4. What's not attractive about that? So can we take a look at it? Can we? Whilst Wenjun is thinking, because this is clearly running through her mind. Pawn takes pawn, and okay, there is a threat on d4.
So I guess knight takes c6 is natural.
Yeah,
and your
it is
move
natural.
Queen d5 makes a
queen
lot of
d5.
sense here.
Although, yeah, queen d5.
What does white do? White's pieces are all suspended in like midair. e3 is a huge threat, so white might have to put something on e3 or make our favorite new defensive move, queen c3. Okay, Evalbar didn't hate it.
Yeah, didn't hate it, but...
Didn't love it either.
I was thinking about some weird moves, like... Yeah, bishop d7 is... I was thinking
I want to hear the weird
A5.
move.
I was thinking a5 for the weird reason I wanted to deprive your knight of squares. So
No,
next
you
thing
see,
coming,
I didn't even
coming
hear
your way
why.
was f6.
I read your mind. I like it. We're on the same page. f6, and this knight will have to make its home on c6 for the rest of its existence, which might not be very long because of ideas like bishop d7 and rook e6. Very nice. Would you like to have this position with white? I mean, I know it's 0.01 or whatever, but I would hate to have a position like this with white. Just shows you how deceptive these evaluations can be.
Yeah, I would not want to have this position with the white pieces. It feels... I mean, actually, I wouldn't want to have this position at all. Whether you take with the knight, sorry, the pawn or the bishop, I don't care. It looks... I mean, black is the only one with the active possibilities. Black is the only one with those breaks and the chance to build. It just feels that white is the one curling into a ball and just dreaming of some kind of dark square bind.
I'm going to predict d takes e4. I think she might very well play pawn takes e4. From a practical perspective, it's very appealing.
I think she will as well, just by the fact that she's taken a pause here. And I think when you take a pause, I think you kind of double down on the idea that this is the way forward. Because bishop takes knight, yes, very tempting. But yeah, you do see that queen c3. You do see that, there is a bind going on the dark squares with potentially a knight coming to c5. And so you think, okay, let's stay away from that. Let's increase the dynamism in the game. Let's open up the position even more and take with the pawn.
Whoa. Lei Tingjie has gotten up from the board.
Yeah. Well, this is a kind of first, because we've seen in all the other games that both players have remained seated come what may. And Lei Tingjie getting up from the board, perhaps going to her resting area where she can maybe just pace a little bit and talk to herself, because this is what's needed in this type of position. She needs to have that conversation where she says, okay, you made a mess. This is not what you wanted with the white pieces, but okay, it's defensive time. It's happy time, or family time, as a... Oh, okay. And I just had word that they do have personal resting areas.
Nice.
Yeah, no, I learned this new thing that when you have to think as attacking, when you're attacking, that's party time. Because after all, you want to have as much fun as possible, invite everyone to that party. When you're defending, it's family time. So you have to be all protective. You have to look after your pieces. You have to care for them. And
like
it's
that.
borrowed for some football coach. A friend of mine told me about this, and I don't know, I can't remember which famous football coach it was, but it was someone.
Simon Kim Williams. Yes, he does not moonlight as a football coach.
He came up with the aliens.
Wait, I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, that one was great.
And those who know, I was like, Simon.
What's the name of the English football coach? Gareth Southgate?
Gareth
Southgate.
Yeah,
I was like Northgate, Westgate, Eastgate. I like it. Which gate? Southgate.
Yeah. Gareth, yeah, and there's another one like Neville, right? Neville brothers, they're also coaches. But I don't think it was one of those. But anyhow, I like the analogy. Family time, it is.
Okay. Well,
time
it's
to talk to
personal
yourself.
time for Lei Tingjie.
Yeah. And are you a good defender, would you say?
I would say I am by necessity. And necessity is the mother of invention, or invention is the mother of necessity in this case, I guess. But I spent so much of my time in worse or lost positions that I've just kind of had to grow that ability to find tricks where there don't seem to be any to be found. And one of the keys to defending well at the top level, I think, is to accept the fact that sometimes you're going to have to make moves that you hate playing. Because I think almost everybody is good at finding tactical counterplay. It's fun when you're worse and suddenly you see, I have a chance to sack a piece and create some chances against my opponent's king. But playing moves like queen c3 and bishop e3, that's where real defensive mettle is proved. And that's not something that everyone is cut out for. So I'm impressed by the speed with which Lei Tingjie found this line and the fact that she seems to have embraced her newfound defensive task. But to answer your question, I do think that's one of my stronger points, but it's just because otherwise I wouldn't survive because of how often I'm worse.
Yeah, no, I mean, actually, I've seen a lot of top players. They're fantastic at defense. And I would say that Hikaru Nakamura is probably one of the best defenders of all time. And surprising enough, Mikhail Tal, who is renowned for all his attacks, was an incredible defender because he did so many unsound attacks that he had to defend those positions, two pawns down. And I think that there is some truth that attackers are also great defenders because, as you mentioned, by necessity, they have to be. Whereas someone who's kind of like a positional player who likes to be in control, I'm not necessarily sure that they make great defenders just because they can't handle the pressure. And there we see Lei Tingjie return to the board. And Wenjun, well, her clock is ticking down. I mean, we've only played 16 moves in. Would you say that Ju needs to be a bit faster with the clock?
Yeah, because a lot of the tough decisions are still ahead. She's pinning her hopes on the fact that, okay, if I make the right decision here, my subsequent play might be a little bit easier. And there's a grain of truth to that. Whichever way Black takes, she's probably going to make the subsequent moves relatively quickly. But I would say within 1 or 2 minutes, she should be recapturing that knight one way or the other. It feels like she's about to make a move, and it feels like she's been close to making a move for a while, but then she retracts her hands and keeps thinking.
Yeah, and do you know how I mentioned it takes a special type of person to just refuse the offered material? Well, our special type of person, Bick, our producer Bick, has suggested another move.
Ooh.
Queen to h4. Spicy. Did not even think about that one.
My goodness. Queen h4. So that hits the bishop. My first question would be, what is the idea against bishop g3? I would imagine, yes, it's bishop takes e4, counterattacking the queen. But what if I play queen takes c6 now and snag that pawnski?
I guess you step back with the queen somewhere.
I hate to be a jerk, but then what was the point of queen h4 again?
Yeah, but the bishop is no longer on e3. There's that.
You've induced bishop g3. That is so sophisticated. That is just the pinnacle. To induce a move backwards with the bishop in one direction rather than the other, so that d4 is a little bit weaker. That's positional chess for you, ladies and gentlemen.
That is... Wow, well, that is like a masterclass there. If this is the correct way to play bishop queen h4.
Maybe. What about queen f6?
yeah. Queen f6 is great.
Whoa, Evalbar didn't hit it. Takes. I'm attacking d4. That's the point now. d4 is actually a big weakness here. And the knight could very easily get stranded on, like d7 with the bishop guarding f6 and having an escape square through b2.
Wow, nice line. And also we have been showing, we have some other variations from Bick, who says after queen h4, we should point out that queen c3, queen takes bishop would be like a big howler on every step of the way because the queen is trapped.
Not a3, not b3, not f3, but g3. And Black has to give up the queen for a rook and a piece. So that would be indeed something to avoid. You would play bishop takes c4 here. Bishop g3 kind of transposes into a similar type of position. But again, all of this is under the bishop takes c4 umbrella. The game can go two completely different directions here. After pawn takes e4, the position is completely different. It's crazy how in chess, a pawn shifting one square diagonally can change the nature of the position so much. I think it's one of the beautiful aspects of the game, how you really don't need a lot to change things on a fundamental level. And real quick, there was a famous case of that. Garry Kasparov played this brilliancy against Veselin Topalov and Tata Steel in the 90s. This is one of Gary's most famous games, the double rook sacrifice. And I think Veselin made this point, how if you had shifted White's pawn from a2 to a3 at the start of this 20-move combination, on move 18, Black would have had some defense, and that would have meant nothing actually worked. And it's the most irrelevant-looking detail in the position. So that's, I think, one of the things which lends chess this air of sophistication, how everything is there for a reason.
Yeah. I remember the game that you're talking about. It is well worth a check. And just to piggyback on your point, I just couldn't help thinking, I mean, that's why we have the existence of the back rank mate, right? Because if those pawns hadn't been on h2, g2, f2, if one of them had taken the time to step forward, well, it would be a completely different story. Yeah. Well, but it's certainly the case here. Just d takes e4, and well, the position becomes very dynamic. If you capture with the bishop, it has a more positional edge, more positional flavor, and it's all going to be about the piece maneuvers. It's going to be about giving purpose to every single piece that you have. And a big decision from Wenjun. And she just used 13 minutes on the clock to come to it. At some point, she has to make a move. Stating obvious, but she's gotta do something before she ticks down to half an hour on the clock.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
the problem is, I understand. yeah, I understand that they're both really attractive, but just flip that coin and just say, ultimately, what kind of position would I like to play? Do I like open positions? Okay, take with the pawn. Do I like more closed, more maneuvering, more stable? Take with the bishop.
Yeah, this almost comes back to what we talked about earlier, where when you have two decisions, it's almost more harder to make than when you have three or four, because you know one of them is correct and one of them is wrong. And that acts on you psychologically. Okay, we're following our initial line. Queen on f6. She has taken on e4 with the bishop. I'm a little bit disappointed, I got to admit. I feel like pawn takes e4 would have been more juicy, but hey, this is plenty juicy. Black is up a pawn. Can White's bind serve as sufficient compensation? And another big moment, where is White going to move her bishop?
Yeah, it is a big moment. And well, one of the downsides also of Ji Wenjun taking that long pause is that Lei Tingjie had some time to figure out what were the best moves. And, well, we did see the Queen c3 and now a big decision. I think Bishop g3 is very natural.
It is.
And, I mean, it's the first move that the hand reach out and you just need the brain to correct it and go, well, hang on a second, it's the d4 point that is weak.
Yeah, bishop e3,
that one.
It just looks awkward, right? It looks like you're putting a bishop in front of your rook, but the redeeming factors of bishop e3 outweigh its drawbacks. You know, the fact that you overprotect this pawn is so important to ensure that the queen is, you know, free to roam about the cabin.
Yeah. And also in some ways you let go of the knight on e5 by playing bishop e3, so you do make yourself a bit more vulnerable to c5 pawn breaks that don't work right now, but it's something that you think about as well. And and I just saw another fun line chucked to us by our producer Vic, who is on form today.
Absolutely on form, and it involves another instance of the move rook e6, which apparently was a third alternative, right, to the move pawn takes e4. Black could have played rook e6 here, but White can take on c6 anyway, attacking the queen. The queen moves up to d7. White plays rook a to c1. Black still doesn't take the knight. Man, Vic really had quite the filling breakfast, because I wouldn't have resisted on the previous 16 occasions to take back on e4. Knight e5, queen e7. Ah, this is the reason for showing the line. Well, in that case, may I make a couple more moves here? How about this? I need three Advil and a glass of strong black coffee to look at this position for more than a couple seconds.
Yeah. And wow. And the fact that the evaluation bar is only like a small part in Black's favor is just incredible to me.
I mean, actually, neither of these two last moves, I was playing them jokingly, but they're actually not that bad, which tells you that at a certain point, the craziness comes to such a point where you can basically play anything and the position remains crazy. It almost wraps around.
Fire on the E file. Yep. Okay, well, that quite naturally did not happen.
Believe it or not.
What are the chances of that? Yeah. And instead, we're getting a more natural position and decision time for Lei. And the best move, according to the engines, is actually to step back to e3 to overprotect the d4 pawn, to release the queen to do other things. But also bishop g3 is very much a move that one might automatically play. But again, the fact that Lei Tingjie has paused also leads me to believe that she will be making the move bishop e3.
Agreed. Yeah, bishop e3 is the thoughtful move. I feel like we just created a memeable moment with that e-file. I guarantee you, shouting out Reddit or Twitter, someone's going to post that. It's going to be a meme. You know, this is a case study in the creation of a meme. So there you go. Thank you, Bick.
Yeah, definitely. Have you ever been a meme?
Nothing too crazy or too viral, and I like it that way. I mean, I don't think I've done or said anything quite deserving of that. I remember the one painful moment I had, and in retrospect, I think this is hilarious. I played a game in the U.S. Championship in 2014. It was one of the worst tournaments of my life. And toward the end of the tournament, I lost a game with Black against Alexander Onishuk, who's a very strong grandmaster. And at one point, in the end of the game, I had a bishop on a8 with Black. I had a pawn on c7. and he had a white pawn, or sorry, I had a black pawn on b7, and he had a pawn on b6, or like c6 and c5. My bishop was completely dead. It was the deadest bishop that I've ever had. And Anish Giri, right after the game, tweeted something like, "I'm just glad I'm not Daniel Naroditsky's bishop on a8." And that's when my day surfing Twitter was over. Fortunately, haven't had anything too memeable tweeted out about me since then. And let's hope I keep it that way.
Yeah,
what about you?
That's no. I mean, there was a GIF running around of me where it was when it was during my very first time doing commentary on the Grand Chess Tour, and when Magnus just lost his cool with Maurice, and it went the camera went back to us in the studio, and I was just like there with my eyes going, well, that was awkward. and anyhow, so my friends, they kind of clipped it and they shared it, and they were like, that's such a classic moment. But no memes my way. I also haven't said anything memorable, although I did say that rooks move diagonally. That one became like a Twitter thing.
Well,
the new type of rook.
Yeah, International Master redefines rules of a rook. Well, this morning during the Bullet Championship commentary, I said that I was saying something like, this game, white has to win quickly because this game could last, 2.5 or even 3 minutes. And then I realized I wasn't commentating SCC where there was a 1 second increment. I borrowed that comment. It's like a boilerplate statement that I make every time I'm commentating 1+1. But Benjamin was like, I'm pretty sure that the game can last a maximum of exactly 120 seconds, Daniel. Yeah, haven't mathed in a long time.
Maths is difficult, and someone who also is in a difficult choice is Lei Tingjie, as she is navigating some potential troubles on the horizon, and it's the perfect time for us to take a small break. But before we do that, it's just to remind you all that the AIM Chess Rapid begins this Monday on July the 10th. And this is the 4th event in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. With the grand finals closing in, the stakes have never been higher for players like Fabiano Caruana, Nordibek Abdusattorov, who have yet to secure a CCT trophy. A victory in the AIM Chess Rapid punches their ticket to the finals in December. But the path will not be easy. Among others, Magnus Carlsen returns to fight for his share of the impressive $235,000 prize fund. Use !CCT in chat for more. And with that, we are going to go on a quick break. Don't get anywhere. More of the Women's World Championship right after these messages.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Move over, Mittens. There's a new top dog in town. Benji the Bernadoodle might be an international master of fetch, but chess lessons with his dad, Gotham Chess, aren't really sticking. Host of his own public access TV show, Wishboy knows a thing or two about the most dramatic moment in chess history. A baller through and through, Buddy Buckets is moving his game from the basketball court to the chessboard. Watch out! Pinky practices chess from the inside of his mom's handbag on Woofstock's law campus. Don't judge a dog by its Diamante collar. Ponchik learned chess from his dad, GM Levon Aronian. He has never lost to another dog at chess and certainly won't lose to you. This July, the possumness is unleashed on chess.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you're refreshed and re-energized after that very short break. And we are 17 moves in to Game 3 of the Women's World Championship 2023. It's between Lei Tingjie and reigning 3-time Women's World Champion Wenjun. And, well, Lei Tingjie, the jacket is off. And that means only one thing. The chess is on. But she has yet to make a move from when we last left her.
Yeah. I wonder what the temperature is in the playing hall. But it means some serious calculation is in fact underway. And we know it is, because we know that there's a big decision to be made between bishop e3 and bishop g3. Two seemingly similar moves that nonetheless carry two completely different purposes. If you put the bishop on g3, then you value your knight. If you put the bishop on e3, then you value your pawn. Someone's going to be unhappy whatever you do. So you just got to choose the lesser evil.
Mm-hmm. You definitely have to make that choice. And how much time? Again, 13 minutes to make that choice. And talking about overall clock times, we see Wenjun has 35 minutes, whereas Lei Tingjie 45 minutes. And, well, they haven't played that many moves. Just 17. They need to get a move on because the situation is building up to an apex here.
It is indeed. And a sip of water by Wenjun, usually a sign that the player imbibing is satisfied or comfortable with their position. And I think Wenjun is. I mean, black pieces, 17 moves. You're not really risking here. We talked about some scenarios where, yeah, white could develop serious pressure, keep this bishop out of the game. But to be real, I think that, I mean, I wouldn't say the black is playing for two results. It's way too early to say that. Too many pieces on the board. But unless Wenjun does something egregiously wrong, I think black's very much in the driver's seat. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Well, you can kind of see a situation that if Lei Tingjie managed to get the dark square bishops off the board, the knight on e5, or even if it planted itself on c5, you know, suddenly white would be so much better just because black's pawns are immobile. Now, however, this is just a pipe dream because I don't see any way in the metaverse that the bishops can find themselves traded off.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a third option that we're not aware of. Maybe you want to sacrifice this bishop. Maybe queen f3. No, just kidding. Do you see anything? No, I think it is between these two moves. I just bishop d2 makes zero sense because it's neither here nor there. g3 is way too weakening of the light squares. It's got to be one of the two.
Yeah. And again, she just has to roll that dice and decide if both of them look equally good. But I mean, this type of decision, I wouldn't say it's so much calculation. It kind of feels like it's more of a positional decision and just looking ahead to the future and where the pieces will be better placed. Like bishop b3, you can actually envisage a future for it, whereas bishop g3 doesn't have too much of a prospect.
Yeah, and again, I mean, you're not going to make everyone happy, and it's hard to decide between two moves when there's a very clear drawback of each one. It's like those commercials, those live streaming platform commercials where you've got 4 family members and they all want a different show, and you know they're fighting over what to get for dinner or what to watch on Netflix. But you're going to have to make a decision, and I think the reason bishop e3 is better is because d4 is the fulcrum on which white's position stands. If you lose that pawn or you allow c5, as you mentioned earlier, then your entire position runs the risk of collapsing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree with that. d4 is the stronghold. Yeah, you just reminded me of this, my childhood growing up there. My brother and I had a discussion over what we wanted to watch on TV. Invariably, it ended with none of us watching what we wanted to, because one person had control of the remote control and the other one would place themselves right by the TV and cover the point where the remote control needed to sit. And it was just ridiculous. And so often it was just this big battle and a black screen. So yeah, you don't want to get into that kind of conflict.
Yeah, at the end, you got to make sure no one's happy because then it's not fair. It's the only fair outcome, right? Nobody gets anything to eat. No, you don't get KFC, you don't get McDonald's, you just starve that night.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
does that mean leaving the bishop on f4 and sacrificing it?
No. I think someone, you just got to make the chop. One person has to win in this type of situation. And
it's
as
like
soon as
that,
it's going to boil down to the clock. Soon the clock is going to be the winner.
Yeah. I mean, geez, for less than 45 minutes for both sides now. While we've been talking, they've been thinking.
Mm-hmm. And interestingly enough, whilst Lei Tingjie has been sitting and thinking, Wenjun, she left once and she came back to the board. She wants to play. She just wants to be present there. And it's interesting, it just goes to show her experience, her temperament, that she can handle the pressure, because I can tell you, I for sure would be in that resting area, walking up and down, maybe munching on something. I was one of these players that they used to take a picnic with me whenever I played chess, and I was quite successful. It got me up to 2440, but then I decided no, I couldn't be so greedy at the board.
Well, let's see if Lei Tingjie follows that example. How long has she been taking on this turn? Like
she's
something
taking,
like 15 minutes, I want to say. Oh, just
okay, and she plays bishop
it's
G3.
Almost like they can hear the commentators.
Yeah. And before anyone says, can they hear the commentators? The answer is no, of course they can't. There we see bishop coming to G3. But interestingly enough, I did some commentary just recently where they could hear our commentary, but our commentary was aimed at people who couldn't play chess or had a very limited knowledge of the game. So I'm not sure whether hearing our commentary would have been much use to the players. It probably would have been more distracting. But I think it's actually the future of chess to have like this type of scenario where the players are playing in some kind of glass box where there's no where they can't hear any sound, and there's just commentary booming in the room. Because I feel like it's a more engaging way to have everyone watching.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. And it almost feels like not having it is like watching a basketball game without the announcer soundtrack. You almost feel like it's part of the experience. Of course, I'm not exactly unbiased talking about how important commentary is. I'm trying to make sure my own job is safe.
No, but it is. It is super. It's the first time in my life where I've done a commentary to a live audience of hundreds. I was terrified the night before, but once it happened, I just got into it. And then at one point I looked over and I saw that the whole audience was transfixed. No, not many people knew how to play chess, but they're all just watching, going, "Oh, make that move!" And I saw someone as well in the chat also saying, please make that move. The tension is too much, and chess can be a spectator sport when it's done in the right way. But the question is how to balance the players' needs with the spectators' needs.
Well, spectators' needs are always important. The players' needs should never be met, right? Who cares about what the players need? It's all about the fans and the commentators. And right now they should give us some quick moves.
They do need to give us some quick moves, but they will. The good news for us, Dania, is eventually they will have to give us some very quick moves, and they will have to provide a lot of excitement because the tension is building. And Wenjun, she moves her rook to e6, overprotects c6, and builds up on the e line. I like this move.
I like this move too. It's a low risk, high reward move. Defend the extra pawn, as you're saying, prepare to double and throw the ball back into white's court, because now white has to decide between continuing the pressure on c6. So in a bullet game, I would go rook ac1. I mean, I might have this position in a bullet game pretty soon, almost like I have a bullet tournament coming up. But what scares me is also an idea of a kingside attack. h5 is a very serious idea for black. The pawn can be driven down to h4. And here's an example of how fast things can deteriorate. If we pull up an analysis board, let's say white plays rook c1. Okay. Black plays h5. For the sake of illustration, white plays h3. Black plays h4. Now, I think there might be an intermezzo with knight g4, but if white nonchalantly brings the bishop back, already, well, I guess no, rook takes e5 doesn't work. Sorry, I thought that this was a pin. But after something like rook a8, already rook takes e5 is a huge threat. One more neutral move, bang. And this is really pretty. Double rook stack on e5. You can't take because you get checkmated on f2 and g2. So it doesn't take more than 3 or 4 moves for black to set up mortal threats on the king side. Just something to keep in mind.
Completely. And you do feel that all black needs to do is simply destabilize that knight on e5 and, danger coming for the white king. And it really is quite a treacherous white's position. And she has to navigate this carefully. Rook ac1 is the most natural move on the board, though.
It is, and I think it'll very likely be played.
Yeah, I mean, after all, you want to recapture the pawn, you want to go knight takes c6, you want to just establish material dominance, but h5 is such a great move. And these days, it's such a trendy idea as well. Anyone and their dog needs to consider h5. I mean, so can we dive into that line a little bit more? Like rook, because there's nothing that white can do to stop these pawns coming forward. So rook ac1, why not? h5. Okay.
Now, you can play h4 here, but as crazy as it sounds, I would be contemplating g5. What's your instinct here for white? How should white defend here?
Well, I didn't have any instincts other than pure terror.
I didn't either, which is why I was asking you. I had no idea what to play here.
Well, you see, like even moves like f3, which is also on my radar as well, just to kick back that bishop because it's on my side of the white side of the board. You leave yourself vulnerable to moves like rook takes knight as well. In
Though
fact,
on the other hand, when the bishop moves, the rook defends the knight. Oh, you can play rook takes e5.
You rook takes knight.
Oh, this gets really interesting. Takes. Wait. Okay, chess.com will glitch again. Won't let me take the free queen. Man, I told Danny to fix that. They don't value the opinions of the commentators. But in reality, I think white can play rook c to d1. Very calm move. And now the bishop is capturable. But black can essentially sacrifice it for a big pawn phalanx like rook d8 in order to recapture with the d pawn and then have an attack on the d4 pawn could be really interesting. Something like that. Looks pretty juicy for black.
It's certainly something that needs to be considered. So, not sure. I'm not sure about playing moves like f3 because that was my vibe. f3, and then if the bishop retreats, then go bishop f2. I don't know. Try to huddle as a
little
I'm nervous. What can I say? I don't particularly like this type of position for white, and h4 really didn't appeal to me at all. h4, h3 were not my type of moves, because like you mentioned, g5 wasn't really on my radar, but now it's there. I like that one as well. I was also thinking of just building moves, rook e8, move the queen out of the way, and then again destabilize the knight
with f6.
Yeah.
It just seems black has these low risk moves that pose more challenges to white. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that, that, and also you have in your pocket at any time that G7, G5 idea that you mentioned. So I don't like H4 at all. And where I can, I would try to, I always have this philosophy when I'm defending. I like the white queen, well, not the white queen, but the queen in general, to have contact with her king. So these are the type of moves that I would be looking at. Anything that gets the queens off the board, anything that gets the queen to defend her king, I'm down for.
Now, never mind. I was going to propose knight d7, but that actually drops the d4 pawn, so that's out of the question. I think a lot of players are tempted by moves like this. Ooh, let me attack the queen and the bishop. But the bishop is also defended by the pawn on c7, so it's not even a fork under the best of circumstances.
What about moves such as f3? Oh, but f3, what about weird? I have weird moves.
F3 right away.
Yeah, f3 right away. But then again, I am opening up the king to a diagonal.
And again, this rook takes c5 has to be calculated. We were looking at this with the inclusion of rook ac1 h5. I'm not going to hazard a guess as to who that favors. Oh, this is a very unenviable decision to make for white, because now there's like 4 different options. All of them are different. And how do you even approach this position? Black has so many attacking ideas. Ugh.
Yeah, well, we had some help from chat. Someone suggested queen e3 with the idea of, rook d1 first, queen e3, and then try to trade off queens.
That is, rook d1 is above and beyond my pay grade.
It is sophisticated chess. Sometimes I'm not that clever. But I now it makes sense. You need someone to protect the d4 pawn. And it should not be the queen.
Sophisticated. Very simple. Rook ad1, overprotect the pawn. It's, pretty straightforward idea.
Yeah.
Simple stuff.
And, okay, well, I also saw rook ac1, which going back to that much more natural move, after all, white is playing active chess. Also bearing in mind, Lei Tingjie style, she's an aggressive player. She likes active positions. She might very well go rook ac1. Well, apparently, black can flick in c5, according to our producer, Bick.
The analysis board is up, and I know I have to make these moves. We have to dive back into the cesspit. We have to bob for apples. DC, and the point is not rook e5, not d4. It's just, this move is best delivered with a whisper. Bishop a7. And the point is to destabilize the knight. If the knight moves, it allows a queen trade, and then we're all happy because that position's easier to calculate. But in all seriousness, this idea is very sensible, because now the bishop has more energy. It's attacking c5, and white runs the risk of just collapsing in the center. So, like, if white plays b4, for instance, I think after rook a8, the knight already has to move. If you play f4, and maybe you can get away with this, but this all just looks so flimsy.
Yeah. But you know what? My name on Twitter is Little Hat, and I will eat my hat if she plays c5 and bishop a7. That is higher level intelligence there. I mean, who do you think?
David
do you
Howell.
think anyone will ever play c5?
No. And as David Howell would say, well, he would say the opposite of this. He likes the phrase safest houses. And I learned that expression from him. This construction there with the pawn in f4 is not safest houses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a very British expression, safest houses.
Yeah. I learned that it comes from the Victorian era when homes became, a more standard item. And there was this redefinition of what homes meant to certain families. And, they were considered the safe place. So that's the era the phrase comes from. But David Howell is the one who taught me the phrase.
Uh-huh. I did not know the history, but it makes sense.
Oh, you're dealing with a mega history nerd. I apologize.
No. I love history myself, so I'm all into those stories. So keep them coming. Except
the problem was I learned this in a history documentary called "Hidden Killers Inside Victorian Homes." So this was put against the contrast of arsenic wallpaper that would cause massive deaths. That was an epidemic, actually.
I was just gonna ask you about that because the rumor is that Napoleon died from arsenic poisoning from wallpaper.
That's entirely possible, and there was a whole movement where company manufactured wallpaper. It was found to be correlated with increased poisoning, and it took a very long time before arsenic was actually banned from the production of wallpaper. So safest houses, maybe, sometimes not. If only they had an Air Things device to measure their air quality.
Yeah. I have one, and it tells me off when I'm cooking. It says, "Oh, VOC, it's too high." And it always tells me, "Open a window." And this would be great, but I live in an old house, and my windows on the ground floor just do not open. And again, the decision from Lei Tingjie, how is she going to maneuver her pieces defensively? Because it does look like Wenjun has a free hand to initiate an attack there on the king side. And Wenjun leaving the board. And now Lei Tingjie under half an hour. So this is the first time, actually, we've seen Lei Tingjie have less time on the clock than Wenjun.
Yeah, I mean, if you think for 20 minutes on 2 consecutive moves, I guess that eventually is going to happen. And I feel like she's just, again, there's just so many different moves. And do you play F3? Where do you put this rook? She's just going to have to go with her intuition, because we're not even at move 20. This is getting really serious. She's below 30 minutes.
She is below, and they've only on move 18, and more is yet to come, because this is just one critical junction. Say she goes rook to, I don't know, C1, D1. If you put your rook on D1, at least it has a threat of going knight to D7, which may or may not be. And she's made a move. King H1. Wow, I didn't expect that.
Well, it makes sense from the perspective of taking the sting out of the bishop's influence over the game, because now after F3, you don't have to deal with rook takes E5. And I think that is her idea, to play F3, chase the bishop away, and avoid rook takes E5.
Yeah. Yeah, F3 could be in the air. I also wondered whether there was any knight D7 ideas, but not yet, because the pawn on D4, as you mentioned, is hanging. And for sure, if King H1 came as a surprise to us, because as we see there in chat, no one saw that move coming. No one. And then we see Wenjun also did not anticipate that move. And she just has to ask herself, what is Lei Tingjie's plan? Is F3 something that she needs to concern herself with? If the answer is no, then she should just carry on with this idea of going H5, H4,
and that's
doubling the rooks.
And that's the thing. King H1 is a sensible idea, but it might just be too slow. And allowing this one improving move on the king side might cost white later down the game. So H5 is one candidate move. Rook AE8, again, I like this question. Like, what would you play in a bullet game? Because it gives you a sense of how the player's intuitions are likely to work. And Rook E8 just feels like this warm and cozy move, safe as houses. Except, there's some arsenic lurking with these potential knight D7 and F3 moves. So does Wenjun take this moment to step on the gas pedal? Maybe. Does she take it to fully improve her position? I don't know. What do you think?
Well, my instinct is always to push pawns. H5 is my instinct. But then again, I do see the merit in building. So rook A8 would be the move that I override my brain with. So what was your instinct? Rook A8, build?
Rook A8, build. But
yeah.
But I'm seeing something interesting, which is that if we could pull up an analysis board real quickly, let's see H5, because I'm almost positive that F3 is Lei Tingjie's intended response, and there might be the counterattacking move H4. And you might say, well, okay, the bishop drops back to F2, but here there might be a very nasty tactic with H3. You just keep that pawn moving as far as it'll go. And the point is that if white plays F takes E4, queen takes F2 just looks real nasty, because everything's hanging, D4 and G2. And if you play G3, well, I don't even think we have to talk about this line. At the very least, I mean, I don't know, rook takes E5 works, but it feels like there must be some sort of a juicy tactic here. Maybe bishop A5 and rook takes E5? How about that?
Yeah, that
is right.
I don't know.
Right.
Rewind.
Back,
you do not want to be weakening yourself on the light squares.
Oh my gosh. But if you're not playing F3, then what are you doing? Because H3, H4, and King H1 backfires in the most direct possible way. You release the F2 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I guess you have to... Then you have to go all in for your H4 idea. Oh, no. What
right.
am I suggesting there? You cannot do
this
that.
Move?
Yeah. Oof. No. That's just. I'm being. No, take it away. I did not suggest that move. Rewind. There has to be something clever. Oh gosh. So okay. So after H5, the time is now F3.
I feel like F3 is like semi-forced from a human perspective.
Exactly.
But
I don't want to be considering anything else. H4. Okay, so we do have some. Okay, I'm trying to calm myself down. Okay, so bishop f2 is not the only move at my disposal. I can also go bishop h4.
Yep, that's exactly what I was just trying to figure out. I've been trying to calm myself down for like the last 10 moves because the position's changing so quickly. So here you play f takes c4. And how on earth do you evaluate this position? Maybe just d takes c4. And I'm claiming that I'm up a pawn. I've got enduring chances against your king. And that's what I liked about d takes c4 initially, right? When Wenjun could have played it first. The fact that black has very easy access to this important pawn on d4, like the locus of white's position.
Yeah. And let's not forget, it might not be much of a pawn, but black is a pawn up. Still alive.
Yep.
I think. Yeah.
You're correct.
My maths is right. Sometimes my maths is very dodgy. It's actually dodgy a lot of times. But here it's still alive and still in force. Oh, no. This is also great for black. But it does look like white could survive a position like that. So that would be one that I mark as adequate.
Yeah.
But if there's something better.
Yeah. Bishop f2 h3 is what we were looking at earlier. And I would imagine that f takes c4 is another version of getting the knight versus bishop position. But it just seems just as dodgy. And try this on for size. Whoop! No, that was not a very good whoop. All right.
Yeah.
We're dancing. Dancing with a
we
white
are
king.
dancing. No. And that's checkmate for y'all. Yeah. No.
Nope.
No.
Can't do that.
Can't have
ain't
that.
Bug house.
Okay. And okay, so h5 very scary.
You've got to do it if you're Wenjun. This is a low hanging fruit kind of move because it's not a risky move either. You're essentially the opponent is the only one who's risking here.
Yeah. It makes a whole lot of sense, and the lines also go in that favor as well for black. Am I reading correctly? I'm just reading some suggestions. Rook takes knight is a possibility.
Whoa!
It's like
in this very position.
Get out of here! But apparently it might be. Okay, and so rook takes knight, pawn takes knight. Because bishop takes knight would apparently not fail, but the pawn on f2 is falling, and that is not something anyone wants. And then the whole idea is just to go queen to g6.
Okay.
And now h5, h4 is coming your way.
As is bishop takes f2. Wow, that is deep. Now, let's say I go f3 here, just to get a finger on the pulse. Do you just drop back to f5?
Yeah.
Wow. Or maybe even bishop d3? No, d4.
Bishop
I think
d3?
d4 might be good here. Because
even better because you maintain.
D5. Yep.
Yeah.
This is deep is to say nothing. This is like Mariana Trench level, idea.
Oh, deepest trench in the world.
Yeah,
the clog wheels had to start ticking. But they came eventually. Wow.
This is an idea of Titanic depth, but rook takes knight. I mean, if this is played, I'm leaving the commentary booth. Instead, we don't have h5. We have an idea that you suggested, Toby, a long time ago. It's a5. Appleton Anderson 5. A as in Adam. Not H as in Harry.
In this position, that was interesting switch from Ju Wenjun, that because everything indicated to me that she was gonna play on the king side. Rook e6, the queen f6, the bishop's on e4, and suddenly she's just gone, oh, should do with the a pawn. I don't get it. What is the idea behind this? Okay, f3.
I think this move is of the category, let me make a small improving move, because it's like the old story with Tigran Petrosian when he was approached and this is a semi-joking story. He was approached breathlessly by his second, and he says, "Well, I just found out the pairings. You're playing somebody who plays the King's Indian. What are you going to do, Tigran?" You just calm down. He plays the King's Indian. I'm not going to prevent him from doing anything. I'm just going to take my hands off the board. So maybe Wenjun thinks that, hey, white wants to play f3. This actually favors me. Let me make a move that encourages my opponent to follow through on her idea. But I don't know if this favors black. I think Wenjun is attracted to the possibility of rook e8 and maybe c5, or wants to go a4 with threats of bishop a5. What do you think?
To play a4 is just a bit of a one-track mind. I don't like it. I do feel that the action is happening in the center. You should not neglect your responsibility there. And a5 perhaps overprotect that pawn on a5, sorry. I don't know. Rook e8 is my vibe, but no, I'm at a loss for words, to be honest, because it's so unexpected to suddenly pick up the a pawn. I just don't understand what Wenjun is going for. I feel it's...
Yeah. Sorry. Continue.
No, I mean, I just feel like, okay, the a pawn was inconsequential to what is happening on the right side of the board. It does remind me of this. I was teaching some kids, and one of them said to me, don't worry about it, because whenever someone tries to checkmate me, I get a bit scared, and so I offer them some material, and they always grab the material. And I was like, but checkmate ends the game. I know. I know, but they can't help themselves. They're seduced by that extra material. And I just wonder whether, Wenjun just wants to solidify that side of the board before she initiates operations on the king side. And
maybe it's time to initiate operations.
Yeah, but there you can also see the downside to playing a move like a5, because now white is the one in control of one pawn break. Before, white had no pawn breaks at her disposal. Now she can maybe play b4 in an endgame, and suddenly there's a passed pawn on the board. But okay, this is like pipe dream at the minute, because we are very far from an endgame. Still middle game issues. So is she going to play h5? Is she going to go rook e8?
I mean,
knight d7 still not a threat.
The well has dried up on the other side of the board, on the queen side. So she literally has no more queenside moves to make. I think it's between rook e8 or h5. But to me, h5 is such a low-risk, high-reward move because it sets up this constant threat of driving the h-pawn down to h3. Even if you can induce h5, h3, it's still worth it because the bishop is then going to be undefended. And you never know when these small assets are going to turn out favorably for you when things get tactical, and they're likely to get tactical because the player's down to 25 and 27 minutes. I mean, we're in for a mad time scramble here.
Yeah,
potentially.
And they've only played... I think that they are going to be in a time scramble because the position is still massively complicated. We're only 21 moves in. They have to reach move 40 before they get that bonus time of 30 minutes. Until then, they're on their own with that ticking clock and that 30-second increment. I agree with you. H5, I mean, H3, it doesn't really make a difference to white's position apart from weaken it. And I always remember my father, I mean, we used to do lots of chess together, and he would always point to me this triangle, F3, G2, H3. This is weak. This is the weakest pawn formation there is. And, he said, remember it. And then he was reading some book from Botvinnik. He was like, remember it. And I was like, okay. It leaves too many holes.
Leaves too many holes. Who constructed the pyramids again?
The aliens, according to Simon K. Williams.
All right, Simon. Simon Huska.
That was, Simon managed to get me laughing for quite a while when he's kind of said about some pawn structure. He goes, this is solid. Just ask the aliens that constructed the pyramids.
I love Simon.
I haven't.
And it was so fun to commentate with him in Oslo.
Yeah, and he will be back in Oslo. And there we see h5 on the board.
I will say, as we expected h5, so we have another 30 seconds
H5,
to round off the topic. I had an amazing time commentating with Simon, but we were giving him a little bit of flack for one thing, which is that some of his pronunciations can be a little off kilter. And one of his pronunciations in particular was around Aksarwani, the Indian phenom. He was pronouncing it Ranuk. And so by the final day, David and I were turning over to each other when Simon was saying Ranuk. And I was like, man, this guy's going to start another renuclear war. We got to press the renuclear option. And h5, speaking of the nuclear option, Wenjun, she stabilizes the queen side. Maybe she wanted to create a hole on b4 for future use, but now it's time to swivel your head to the other side of the board because that's where the action is at.
Yeah, and now that Wenjun has pivoted to the king side, big decision for Lei Tingjie. What is she going to do? Obviously, you have to take a step back with your bishop, or you have to go h3. Because h4, h3 is coming your way, and if that happens, I mean, well, White's position is soon going to start falling apart. It is creaking. And yeah, and I'm just reading that chat from a square now. I'm very... The lighting's very small for me. The h-pawn's power has finally been recognized. And I have to say, talking about Simon, he was one of the very first grandmasters to recognize the power of the h-pawn. And when he did it, everyone kind of thought that he was crazy. They're like, oh, Simon, him and his Harry, you know. And I remember the very first time I did commentary, it was alongside Simon. And I was specifically told by about 20 people, they said, just kill this idea of Simon pushing the h-pawn all the time. We're fed up of it. It doesn't work. And I kid you not, every single time he suggested it, it worked.
It happened.
And then Alpha Zero came out. Yeah, Alpha Zero came out. And it was like, oh, look at that. Alpha Zero is following this style of chess that Simon's been championing for many, many years. So all hail, Simon.
It's crazy how prophetic he was, because he was, as you're saying, talking about Harry the H-pawn way before it was cool. And now people are playing d4, knight f6, c4, g6, h4. And Simon, you know, over at his apartment, just watching all of that unfold, saying, just remember who the first one was to draw attention to the power of Harry the H-pawn. And here we see it again. Only took 21 moves.
It only took 21 moves, but it's now pushed up the board. And this is a critical moment for Lei Tingjie. She is now on the defensive. How will she handle this? Well, we're going to leave you on a cliffhanger as we take a quick pause just to recollect ourselves. And we'll see you in a few minutes shortly after the break. So stay tuned.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. But there's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success, really, it's just working on Chessable, just being honest with you. What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
I didn't think about winning or defending the goal. I just think we're still a strong team, and hopefully we can play our best.
Welcome back, everyone. And the action is really happening in Shanghai for the Women's World Championship match between Lei Tingjie and reigning three-time Women's World Champion Wenjun. We are just 22 moves in, but it already looks like Wenjun has the initiative. Will she push for more? Will she be able to control the game? Well, anything can happen, and it does look like we are gonna see a mad time scramble, because 22 moves in, this is the nice numbers. We did see at some point that both players had 22 minutes on the clock, but that now has ticked down to 18 minutes for Lei Tingjie, and still plenty of moves to go before they reach that golden move 40. And we see Rook F1 on the board.
Wow, that is quite the move. Just getting the rook away, not engaging at all, filtering out all of the stuff that's happening on the e-file, and of course reinforcing the bishop on f2, so taking the sting out of most tactics with rook takes e5, which of course wouldn't work anyway on the previous move because pawn takes e5 attacks the queen. But I think as you're entering time pressure, you do want to keep your bases covered to make sure that none of these freak tactics randomly jump out to bite you. But clearly rook f1 is not a move that you play if you like your position. I think that much is clear.
Yeah. And rook f1, I think, is a very clever, subtle move, because as you highlighted, you know, it's all about protecting your pieces. And this actually seems to be a modern day philosophy of protecting your pieces, not overprotection, apparently, like Nimzovich was spouting, but just simply make sure that there's no tactics, no loose pieces, because rook f1 also had the benefit of overprotecting the f3 point, which could also have become weak. Say, for instance, black can manage to get h4, h3 down the board. The rook is doing some purpose, but very gutsy, because, you know, once that white knight on e5 is kicked away, the black rooks are going to enter the position. So, well, we'll see whether Lei Tingjie's defensive strategies pay off.
We will indeed. And of course, now the ball back in Wenjun's court. My coach many years ago defined time pressure in a way that stood out to me. Time pressure is a hard concept to pin down. Like, what exactly is it? What is it not? And a good mental reference point is that when you have an increment changes that a little bit, but the fact remains, when you have 1 minute or less per move on average, that is, I think, a good definition of semi-acute time pressure. And here, both players are essentially in that territory. Okay, technically, black is still slightly over 1 minute per move, but I could easily see Wenjun taking 5-6 minutes on this move and falling beneath that threshold, because black can go h4, black can play a neutral improving move like g6, but there's also tactics with c5, which have to be calculated now more than ever, with the knight having lost a supporter.
I agree, absolutely. And you mentioned g6, so you can also play g5. I just wanted to throw that one into the arena.
You're preaching to the choir here. You're preaching to the choir here.
I like to push those pawns. There's nothing scarier in life than flanks of pawn just coming at you. And so many moves. I agree with you. The position is still very complicated, and it's more to come.
Listen.
But because of this situation, but because more stuff is happening down the line, is it now probably just the best thing just to play practically and just go, okay, you know what, h5 is h4 is a nice improving move, or maybe g6, just get the king to g7 and then maybe move that along alpha 0 style. I'm just trying to think on a practical level, because if you burn too much time on the clock, you are going to suffer in those really, really critical moments later down the line.
You are, and I think the players already are suffering. But G5, it's like the Russian expression: those who don't risk, don't drink champagne. So it's not a bad move to play in your opponent's time pressure. No, seeing Wenjun's patterns of decision making thus far, I think a move like G6 or H4 should be expected. C5, I'm not sure I see a follow-up, embarrassingly, to D takes C5. Because earlier we had looked at a line in bishop A7 But then white can again support her knight with f4. There's also bishop f2 to d4. And you don't want to enter those complications if you can get a perfectly fine position just throwing the ball back into your opponent's court and milking her clock down even further. What do you think?
Yeah.
What are we going to see?
Well, you know what? I just looked over and read a message from Vic, our producer, who is on fire in this game. He is loving it. He says the black's best move is, can you get this? Retreat the queen to d8.
Okay.
Like,
I buy it.
how?
I buy it. I buy it. You want to go f6, don't you?
Yeah, okay. f6 has a lot of points to it. And then the whole idea is that knight takes c6 is going to be a big mistake because of, put the queen on a8.
Okay.
And then queen a7 is coming your way.
Oh my gosh. That's called a Rubinstein maneuver.
Yeah. f6, knight d3,
Wow.
queen a7.
Well, rook takes c5 is already a threat in this position. Crazily
Yeah.
enough. The move I said would never occur because white moved to rook to f1 for the express reason of taking the sting out of that. And yet it comes back to haunt you. Or f6, of course, as you're saying, to give yourself the e-file.
Yeah.
What a maneuver. Queen f6 to d8 to a to a7. Probably the first time that maneuver has ever been carried out. Bick, he strikes again.
Yeah.
He's unstoppable.
He does strike again. But I can tell you, backward moves are very difficult to find, and you're not going to find... I mean, for some reason, backward bishop moves are difficult to spot as a backward knight moves. But backward queen moves to kind of redirect your forces to a7. Well, maybe this was the hidden point behind a5.
Oh my gosh. If that were the case, that might be one of the most insane positional ideas I ever found. You go a5 and then 2 moves later, the queen parks itself on a7. Amazing.
Whoa. Wow. That would be another level if the whole idea of a5 was to go queen d8, queen a8. Because, I mean, a5 was really mysterious to me. I didn't understand what the deep point with it. I mean, it couldn't have been a4, and I just felt like, you just solidifying the queen side, but really you should be taking the time to do everything in the king side. So, well, I would be gobsmacked if that appears on the board.
But it's weird. I mean, June, it seemed that she was dominating on the clock. Suddenly now, as I mentioned, I mean, not a surprise if she takes 5-6 minutes. She's taking 5-6 minutes, and now she's under 1 minute per move. I don't know about this. I mean, the position is percolating. It can open up at any moment. C5 can happen at any moment. You have to give yourself a little bit of time in case the position gets wild. Strap yourselves in, Yovi. I mean, what is move 30 going to look like? It's like Albert Einstein's quote, I think. I don't know what World War III will look like, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. I think by move 40, we're going to have almost no pieces left on the board.
No, I suspect it might fizzle. I don't know. I think this was building up to be sizzling, and I suspect by move 40 we will already know. I don't think the game will last beyond move 40. Actually, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
I think
we'll have sticks and stones on the position in about 5 moves.
We will. Rook f1. It's going to happen 15 minutes and ticking down. And talking about time pressure, I mean, the players are getting this time bonus or bonus time of 30 seconds per move. So what for you realistically would be like super time pressure?
Well, you have to understand who you're dealing with here. Hyper bullet addict, someone who's played bullet 10 times more than I've played classical chess. But time pressure does feel very different over the board. And as much as I love bullet, as much as people assume that, I have 5 minutes for 15 moves, no problem at all. You understand in a classical game, time pressure is defined very, very differently than it is in a game where you start with 3 minutes on the clock. So I would say the 1 minute per move thing is a good threshold. Really, anytime I have single digit time, I start getting nervous, almost regardless of how many moves I have to make. When I fall below 10 minutes, if it's more than 2 moves, I get nervous because you don't have this feeling that you have a little bit of a cushion, that you can deal with unexpected circumstances. You basically just have to respond instantly. And it's a pretty terrifying sensation when you don't know what your opponent is going to throw at you. So that's what I would say.
Yeah. I agree with you. When it comes down to single digits, I also start feeling the stress. And if there's no added time, anything under 5 minutes, I'm like, I'm not happy at all. But Wenjun now down to 13 minutes on the clock. And
jeez,
the fireworks are yet to come.
I mean,
so don't keep us hanging. Have to make a move.
12 minutes now. It's just the lack of concern is what concerns me. Now you have 30 seconds per move on average. So now you're in hyperbullet territory.
Mm.
I mean, we're going to get moves real fast starting now.
Yeah. We will.
Is there a chance that Wenjun bails out with c5, dc, and then queen takes e5, which is essentially tantamount to a draw offer? Do you think there's any chance that she just gets disillusioned with the position? No.
Well, I was going to say no, but then I suddenly looked over to see her kind of frowning, and there does seem to be some disillusionment there, because maybe she's unsatisfied. Maybe she's like, okay, well, h4, h3, but what next? And often when you have this type of critical position, you're not just content with being slightly better, you want more, and you start looking and using all your energy to create something that, frankly, sometimes isn't there. You just got to be content with what you have. But c5, it seems very deterministic.
And it's very anticlimactic. I mean, you've just burned 30 minutes in the last couple of moves trying to tease out, the best way to improve your position, and all of that to bail out. On the other hand, you've got the world championship considerations. Okay, I'm playing black. Okay, drawing this game, not a bad result. I got white tomorrow. It's always tempting to force a safe result when you're trying to play with an abundance of caution. 11 minutes on the clock now, Yovi. I mean, I'm starting to get like Ding vibes from that game where he froze a little bit.
Yeah. And we all remember the result of that one. But there is one big difference again. In the Ding Nepomniachtchi match, they did not have a time increment. That only kicked in the later stages of the game.
Oh, that's right.
Here, they do get that 30 seconds where it does give them some respite. And I actually am old enough to remember when they first introduced this kind of time increment, and I remember being so angry with them because I was like, you're just killing the joy of chess. You're taking away the thrill, because I mean, if you have 5 minutes left on the clock and then suddenly your opponent keeps getting this time bonus every single move, I mean, come on, where's the fun in that? But now as a player, I really do appreciate that 30-second bonus.
Yeah, it really revolutionizes the time pressure experience. Feels like a slogan almost. Revolutionize the time pressure experience with increment. Side effects include games lasting forever, no flagging, etc., etc. Consult your doctor before use.
But I tell you, there is something very special about having to make like 10 moves in like 30 seconds. No time bonus or anything at all, and you're just like, you're on edge, and as the opponent you're like, won't they make it? And then when they do make it, you feel like disappointment.
Extreme disappointment. I've had that so many times, and I told this story before on stream. I was playing Ray Robson in the US Championship, the same US Championship I lost to Onishuk, the one where Geary tweeted that I'm glad I'm not Daniel Naroditsky's bishop. I had a game against Robson where he had 1 second and he hadn't even started to make his move at some point. And he managed to execute an entire move and press the clock without losing on time. And I was so disappointed, like I couldn't help it, because I could taste the win that I wasn't able to adjust, and I immediately made a losing move. Okay,
That's
C5
tough.
played.
You called it. You said, is she going to spend all this time and then just bail out with C5, forcing the position, but offering a draw? Okay, well, now Lei Tingjie's turn. But this does allow us to take a deep dive into the consequences of this pawn advance.
Well, White has to play DC. That is absolutely forced.
Yeah, I have to. Absolutely.
The big question
no
here...
No questions asked.
How does black respond? What do you think? Is it bishop takes c5 or queen takes c5? I'm having a hard time. I guess bishop takes c5. Little desperado sack, and then queen takes c5, queen takes a5, and liquidation seems to be in the cards.
Yeah. Is there nothing that can be done with the presence of opposite color bishops? So I'm just... they always say that when you have opposite color bishops and it's a middle game, then it will favor the attacker. That's the general rule. So yeah, bishop d3, I like that move.
And of course, the caveat is that this is not forced. White can play, or black can play queen takes e5 right away. And maybe we should check that really quickly because, long variation, wrong variation. If black plays queen takes e5, is this just a draw after queen e5, rook e5? I think this is what Wenjun is planning to do, just because of the clock situation and because of her demeanor. I feel like she's coming to terms with the fact that she's not comfortable enough keeping the tension on the board here. Because the e-file is open, I think very high probability that the rooks get traded, and you know what that means.
Yeah. And never the twain shall meet. I saw that expression today about
never the twain shall meet.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Just means never the two. That's old word for two. Never the two
twain.
shall meet.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mark my words. We'll see that expression get more popularized.
It was to do with this person making tea with a coffee spoon. I was like, no, as a tea drinker, that is a cardinal sin. You can't make coffee and then use that spoon to make tea.
Agreed. Amen.
And yeah, so going back to the position, critical moment, you have to take the pawn.
I guess
one of the good things about this position.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but knight d7, I was going to say allows some kind of capture, but it doesn't. But I don't know. I don't like knight d7 for the simple reason that I feel it's driving the queen to where she wants to go. She wants to be in partnership with her bishop.
Yep.
As in on a light square.
Queen g6, that is.
Yeah,
it doesn't seem sensible to play knight d7, especially in light of the fact that DC leads to mass liquidation. But clearly that's what Lei Tingjie is thinking about. So that is the only even remote alternatives to DC. Jeez, they're letting themselves get low on the clock. My goodness. I mean,
yeah,
they're in no hurry.
Well, they might not be in a hurry right now, but they for sure will be in a few moves' time because it's still only move 23 and still a lot of moves before they reach move 40 and get that 30-minute time bonus.
Man,
and
White continues to contemplate.
97. But the fact she hasn't taken the pawn also leads me to believe that she is seriously considering 97, in which case maybe we can go a little bit deeper into the position.
We might as well. We got a little bit of downtime while she's thinking. I'm very skeptical about this move, but what could the appeal be? Let's say queen g. I mean, queen g6 probably not the best move, but what does White gain in comparison to DC? I guess by playing knight takes c5, White's saying...
Actually, just to stop you there, queen g6 isn't the most accurate move. Queen g5 would be very strong.
And the reason
and with the whole idea, pawn takes pawn, play for mate, rook g6.
Ah, wow, that's cool. And you open up a discovered attack on the knight. The g6 square has to be vacated for the rook. That's lovely.
Yeah. So knight d7 is a mistake.
And
she took the pawn.
Well done. Queen g5, rook g6.
She navigated that pitfall.
Now the big choice for Wenjun. Queen takes e5. I don't like the phrase implicit draw because, again, you don't know how the game's going to go, especially in time pressure. But Bishop takes c5 feels like the relatively more combative move. Queen takes e5 feels like the move that you would play if you're coming to terms with the fact that you're happy with a peaceful result.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And now Wenjun ticking to under 9 minutes. I was expecting her to play quite quickly here because after all, c5 is the most committal move on the board.
Mm-hmm.
You should have a response ready, especially when you don't have so much time on the clock and you've burnt a lot of time making this move. So what is she going to play?
Well, with every
What would you
ticking
go
second,
for?
at this point, probably queen takes e5, honestly.
Yeah.
Because I'd be too afraid. I mean, because here's the thing. After bishop c5, with the line we looked at initially, white's got an outside passer. And that's not to be sneezed at, because that passer is going to be on a7 before you can say 1, 2, 3 or spell out Mississippi. I mean, that's a position for 3 results. As great as it seems to control the e-file, there's nothing really going on the e-file right now.
Yeah. It is definitely scary. Both moves have their advantages and disadvantages. I'm gonna say that, just bearing in mind the clock situation, the more it ticks down, the more likely she will just play queen takes knight.
Absolutely.
And
yeah, 7.5 minutes.
She's keeping us waiting.
She's about to make a move. It feels like it's queen takes e5, and it is. And that is a clear sign that this game, I think, is rumbling towards its almost immediate conclusion. And the relief, I think the relief there, Yovi, was palpable as Lei Tingjie grabbed the queen. I can guarantee you she was terrified that Wenjun would make a move like h4. And I think this is music to her ears.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. I mean, White's position looked very difficult at one stage, but it just looked like Wenjun just used too much time on her clock, felt a bit nervous, and now we're seeing the pawn leave the board and the rook now coming to e2.
Yeah,
and
we're going to get
right.
more liquidation.
Players playing very quickly now.
Well, bishop a5, rook b2. The circumstances under which this game ends in a draw are simple. I mean, if the rooks come off the board, it's a draw agreement. And at that point, it doesn't matter who's got the outside passer. I think for newer players, that's very important to understand. The reason opposite colored bishops endgames are so likely to be drawn is because of the concept of blockade primarily. Like black's bishop could sit on d3, white's pawn sits on a5, and white's pawn can never reach a6. The blockade cannot be broken by definition because one side has a monopoly on one squares of a particular complex. But will the rooks get traded? And if they won't be, is there any life left in this position? What do you think?
I was gonna say there is still some life left in the position. Okay, and I do feel that the rooks have to get traded. So, for instance, bishop takes a5, rook takes b2. If you make, I don't know, you get enthusiastic about. I was going to say bishop c7, but bishop c7 is probably quite a good move.
It actually is a great move because you defend h2.
Yeah, this was the whole point. I was like, okay, well, the rook will come down to e2. And then there's like problems along the second line. But with that bishop on c7, White's king is not in any danger. And the a-pawn is going to start rolling.
Hello. And the bishop defend. This is actually a very instructive construct. How often do you see piggies on the 7th getting disarmed by a single bishop like this? If only black had a dark squared bishop.
It wouldn't be different. It would be different, yes. Yeah, you just have to cough and go,
yeah,
my mistake.
Sorry.
No.
Caught it with my sleeve.
Okay, but then but then this means that black is the one who has to tread very cautiously in order to stop this a-pawn.
You want to see something really funny? The computer line here is actually worth showing for the second time this commentary. So rook a2 is the correct move, but white can keep pushing a6. Here's how you draw.
Yeah.
You play rook f2. Now the idea is to take on f1, deflect white's rook, and then win the pawn on a6. So for example, if white plays a7, you could even play rook takes a7. So white starts dodging the attack on this other rook. Rook f1, rook e2. rook d1, rook d2, rook c2, rook c2, rook b1, rook takes c7. And suddenly the rook on b1 is exposed. So white cannot do that. And similarly, white can't go rook g1 because of rook takes g2, same idea. So a repetition like this would be a gorgeous way for the game to end peacefully.
That is BEA beautiful. Beautiful. I've never seen that construction before, but it's certainly one to put in the mind bank there. Nice. Maybe, but I think let's have a look at a more realistic option.
You're saying all of that won't happen? Stop jumping to conclusions. This is the likeliest scenario.
I mean, how? Okay, so bishop takes.
I think bishop a5 is likely, right?
I mean, but I don't understand why Lei is thinking about it. I would have reached out for that bishop and snatched off that pawn before you could have.
No, I
mean, is she worried about rook c8?
Rook c, rook c2, this idea, yeah. Oh, rook c8 immediately after bishop a5.
Yeah.
Trying to go rook c2. And of course, one idea to avoid like the plague is just like allowing bishop h3. That's why it's so important to keep the bishop on that diagonal. So you're right. You can get checkmated here, no question about it. And a move is about to be made, I think. Or no, I hallucinated. I thought she was reaching out for a piece, but how could I have thought that? They're taking their time today.
No, they're playing very cautiously today. They're checking, rechecking, and does feel like somewhat that the rest day hasn't alleviated their nerves. Today, out of all days, I felt the players have been a bit more tense, a bit more anxious, like rechecking all the lines, playing very slowly.
Yeah, I mean, this is move 27. They're well under the 1 minute per move threshold, even with the increment. And I just, honestly, I'd play bishop a5 instantly and then start thinking after rook takes b2. But you're right. It might be rook c8. It might be h4. When you're nervous, you blow up threats against your king out of proportion. That just always happens. I think we can all relate to that. When we're playing someone high rated or an important game, every little, it's like when you see a bug or something, and then every little crumb on the floor starts to look like a cockroach.
That is true. I call them ghosts. You always it's unbelievable in chess. Like sometimes you play on the other side of the board, and we actually saw it in this game when Wenjun played a5. Lei Tingjie did not react by resolving the situation on the king side. She reacted by playing a4 because she was like, just in case there's anything happening there, let me deal with that one. And often you see the same thing happen, especially when you initiate a kingside attack. You just go h5, just say with the black pawn. And often white would just, without thinking, go h4, just through reaction, and just because you're afraid of ghosts and psychological errors like that. And
Indeed.
Okay, but
time to move.
We see Lei Tingjie. It is time. She's now ticked under to 9 minutes. And the players still 27. Still, they have played quite a few moves, though. So 13 moves left before they reach move 40.
That is a lot of moves.
It is a lot of moves, but the position has clarified itself. So it wasn't like before where the position was massively complicated, where anything could happen. Here, it just feels like the players just have to navigate their way to a clean draw.
And it feels that from Lei's perspective, I think she values the chance at holding the draw here. I think she was genuinely worried about losing the game quickly after blundering knight takes e4. So in her mind, I think there's just one more important decision to make. I think she's thinking, if I make the right move here, then everything after that is easy. And obviously these players are very much capable of playing a blitz game, of playing chess fast. Lei Tingjie just feels that she wants a little bit more time on this final important decision. And if she makes it correctly, that unlocks the draw, essentially. Will it?
We'll agree with that. We will see. But long think, wrong think. But luckily for Lei, she does have a very clear move to play, which is simply bishop take the pawn on a5. I'm wondering what she could be afraid of. I was thinking of other possibilities, like is g5, g4 in the air? Try to utilize the light squared bishop that way.
Well, I'll tell you what could also be factoring in. There is the move rook f2, but she finally does take on a5. Maybe rook f2 was one of those red herrings that was interfering in her thought process. Now, is it going to be bishop c3? We looked at bishop c7. The one thing you don't want to do is play rook e1 incautiously, because then after rook takes e1, rook takes e1, rook a2 would pick off the pawn. I like this move, bishop c3. I think we're going to see a trade of all the rooks here.
Rook c2?
Yeah, or rook e2, rook e1 would be probably the fastest way.
Ah. But rook e2 feels a bit clumsy. I mean, it's not necessarily guaranteed that white would actually trade off rooks.
That's exactly right.
I mean, if I were white, I would be like, there's a pawn on the board. Okay. And there we see the rook did, in fact, attack the bishop. But you could get the repetition via like bishop d4, rook d2, bishop c3, and you carry on repeating that way. Okay, no, but we're going to see rook c1.
Got scared there for a moment. The rook adjusted itself from d1 to c1. Okay, now I think all roads lead to Rome kind of thing. You could have a repetition of moves. You could have a trade of all of the rooks. We're going to see one or the other. And if you're trying to make a draw ASAP with black, okay, rook takes c1, and rook c8, I think is the most clinical way to do it, because then the only way for White to unpin herself is to move the bishop away. I'd give this a pretty high likelihood of actually happening.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, actually, just to completely kill the game. Because remember, White does have a passed pawn on the board, and it is not blockaded just yet. So it does have the freedom to move. So I like your idea. Trade rooks, rook c8, and then on the next move, go bishop d3 or something like that.
Exactly.
And yeah, what are we going to see?
We're going to see a little more hesitation.
What are we going to see? 8 minutes 41. Well, we're going to find out whether Ju is in an ambitious mood. Well, she's now played rook to e2.
Which is a sensible move. I mean, the important thing to understand is that the light squared bishop can always migrate to a6. And once it does, the a-pawn is completely restrained. Whereas White still has something to solve in regards to her inferior king placement, the weak back rank, and the fact that the d-pawn can rumble forward if the blockade is dismantled.
Yeah, I in principle, I agree with this, but White's a-pawn is very, very strong. For instance, you could just trade rooks and go bishop d4. I would be so reluctant to let White have that rook stand on a1 supporting its passed pawn.
I agree. It's scary because once it reaches a6, you might pay the price.
And let's not forget that the d-pawn could also be stopped by the white king, should it be allowed into the game.
Very true. That seems to be a very distant like, man, if I can get that king out of h1, that would be such a reason for celebration.
Well, it's not that far out. So, for instance, if you trade off rooks and then park your bishop on d4, and if it's attacked, you can put your bishop on b6.
True, and then you can start walking your king over.
And then I can start walking the king and let the king deal with this annoying passed d-pawn, and then push the a-pawn. It's simple.
Just 1, 2, 3. First, trade the rooks, put the bishop on the right square, push the pawn.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of simple chess.
So am I.
And
I like the book
we
too.
can also... Yeah, it's a very good book. I haven't read it in a while. But there we can see that everyone is feeling the tension. They are feeling the nerves.
For context...
Do you think a blunder will come? Do you think it's possible that someone will blunder?
Very unlikely, because it's just the position is simple enough to where both players know what to focus on. Okay, I have to stop the D pawn. I have to stop the A pawn. Once that happens, you run out of resources. Just for some context, Simple Chess is a thin little book written by English Grandmaster Michael Steen, which is a very good, concise summary of some positional concepts. It's sort of a cult type chess book. Funny thing is, I tried reading that book. I was off to a great start, but then halfway in, I ran out of Steen. Thank you.
Very good.
Pauses for
Very
audience,
good.
jeers, and tomatoes thrown.
No. It doesn't happen on my watch. I appreciate these jokes, however they're made. They're great. I actually met Michael Steen once, but it was quite funny because you grow up obviously seeing pictures of these names, but he hasn't been an active grandmaster for many a year. And I was at a Simul at the RAC club in London, and this man came and suggested these moves, and I was just like swatting him away. I was like, I don't know why you're suggesting these moves to me. Then afterwards, someone goes to me, that's Michael Steen. I'm like, oh, I should not have been so impulsive there.
And he was actually at the tournament because he had a rough day the night before, so he was blowing off some Steen. Okay, that's the sponge has been wrung out this way and that way, so I promise I'll stop now.
Okay. We get the message on that one. Okay, so big decision on Lei Tingjie. She's now under 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, jeez. And she's got to be thinking about A5, I would assume. What else exists other than rook takes rook?
A5.
Only feasible alternative, right?
Exactly, but you don't want to live life on the clock edge. You need to... Okay, A5 coming.
Yeah, wow. That is a spicy move. So allowing rook takes G2, which I don't think is going to be played.
No, it's not going to be played. I suspect that Wenjun will play rook takes rook and then rook A2. And then we'll see a trade of rooks. No!
Bishop D3. Also possible. Same type of concept. Yeah. And we will see something resembling a mutual blockade of the respective pawns.
Okay, bishop. And now is the time for the rooks to get traded off. Or are we going to see...
Yep, rooks are off the board. It's official. A draw is not yet official, but I think we're moving very furiously in that direction. Bishop D4.
And, bishop D4.
Bishop A6 probably.
Yes.
And then might be time to play H4, make some luft for the king, or bring the king out to G1 with some sort of repetition incoming, I would assume, involving rook C4, rook D2, perpetual attack of the bishop. I think the result isn't really in question at this point.
No. Bishop D4 played.
A6.
Bishop A6. Your prediction game is on, Dania.
And King G1. Can I go 3 out of 3?
I want King G1. There you go. But actually, I thought that I actually thought that if anyone, it could be White, the one that wants to win this.
Yeah, I mean, in a 1 minute game, I would take White here for sure, because once the White pawn reaches A6, that's like instantly bad for Black. So the margin of error is a little bit thinner for Black, but with time on the clock, I feel like Black can draw this so many different ways, like rook D2 back to C2. So if I had to guess a move, I'd guess rook D2.
I would also guess rook D2, or I would also guess that maybe Black is inspired by White's choice of introducing the king and might play King F8. But just to answer anyone who's thinking, well, why can't the players just offer a draw, as you are normally allowed to do in a chess game? Well, the players are not allowed to offer a draw until they've reached move 40. And those are the rules.
Yeah,
it's an unusual one, right? when it comes to draw offers?
40. It used to be 30. I think this was first introduced around 2006. But back then it was always move 30. Recently, move 40 has been a thing, and some tournaments have draw offers banned entirely. It used to be the case that there was only one tournament that I know of which would ban draw offers entirely. It was the Porticio Open in Corsica every June, and I played there one time, and it was just crazy. It was revolutionary back then. Like, you can't offer a draw. You basically have to make eye contact with your opponent and repeat moves arbitrarily when you want to make a draw. And it was funny. I was playing Etienne Bacrot, one of the rounds, the French Grandmaster. We reached an opposite colored bishop endgame, exactly like this one. And I was looking at him. He was looking at me. We started to smile. And I played like bishop d4 to a7. He played bishop a6 to e2. And we found like the most outlandish possible repetition. So that's how you make a draw in that tough world.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that you had to make eye contact. Thank you for enlightening me there. I always just thought
very
that,
important. Instrumental step. You can't just draw by playing the best move.
Okay, you have to make eye contact. Noted. And okay, so in terms of clock time, Wenjun's move, she has 7.5 minutes. And she has to take a decision, but it is a quite straightforward decision. She has lots of good moves at her disposal. She can play King f8, she can play Rook d2, chase the bishop, and yeah, a new FIDE rule. You must make eye contact with your opponent to offer a draw.
Yep, exactly. Cannot just those players who just offer draws. No. Those are to be cast away, deprived of their membership. F6, good improving move, I think, by Wenjun.
Yep. Getting ready to bring the king into the game. Very nice. And I can see if Lei Tingjie wants to win this, well, she will have to coordinate. Like, for instance, the rook coming to b1 and then maybe come to b8 and bishop b6. But unfortunately for Lei Tingjie, her Wenjun's blockade on the light squares will be unchallenged.
Yeah, I like the look of rook b1. I also like the look of a neutral move like h3. It appears that black is making progress by bringing the king to the center, but the moment it reaches e6, it has nowhere to go from there. And you're actually potentially walking into rook b1, rook b6. 3.5 minutes, though, for Lei Tingjie. You don't want to bring yourself down to 30 seconds per move. That's the one thing you want to avoid, because you never know what your opponent is going to throw at you at the least convenient moment.
Well, also, the more time you burn on the clock, the more your opponent will want to play the position on, because they might as well. You might make a blunder in time pressure. And yeah, I agree with you. I hadn't really anticipated that the king getting to e6 could be problematic, because White really wants to play rook b1, rook b6, and just break down this blockade on the light squares. But every time you play rook b1, rook a2 is coming. And then there will be a very nice obstruction there.
Yeah. Rook b1, rook a2. I guess you could play rook a1 there. I feel like Wenjun is resigned, no pun intended, to the game ending in a draw. So she's just kind of, all right, you can do anything you want. You've gotten yourself the draw. I think rook a2, rook a1 is a very likely repetition.
I think that is the way forward. But I was actually thinking, Lei Tingjie might want to play on. So if you see, if rook a2, if you don't want the draw, if you want to just nurture the position for a few more moves, then rook b8 is the way to keep the game going, and then go bishop b6.
So you go around and stop the pawn from behind.
Yes.
Probably black had forced liquidation there with d4. Yeah. I have a feeling that after rook a1, if rook a1 is played, we might see an exchange of rooks. But I'll applaud rook b8 check.
Well, we can gauge Lei Tingjie's mood. Will she play rook a1, more or less offer a draw by trading the rooks? Or is she going to play for more and play rook b8?
2 minutes on the clock now for Lei, and my guess is rook a1, to which Wenjun might respond rook d2. might respond rook takes a1. That will actually be a draw for... So we will get a time scramble after all. I mean, not the one that we were hoping for, but...
No. Rook a1 on the board. And
yeah.
Wenjun is going to take that.
Ooh.
No.
Ooh, rook d2, spicy.
I wasn't
thinking maybe
expecting that.
Rook a4, I thought, could be one nice way to defend the bishop. Or you could just drop back to e3. Wow.
Wow. Rook b8 needed to be played. And, okay, Lei Tingjie was certainly not expecting that. She thinks she had just thought that Zhu Wenjun was going to trade off rooks. And now she's reaching for her
rook.
I was going to say rook a4.
But something got her to hesitate there, and it could be maybe bishop b5. Ooh, no, now she's reaching for her bishop. To c3 it goes, which I think is a very sensible move.
Mm-hmm.
Very sensible move. Zhu could repeat again with rook c2 and rook d2. She could play rook d3, though, and try to get that pawn moving. What do you think about that?
Well, now we know Zhu Wenjun is the one with the aggressive intentions. She's not satisfied with a draw. So I think rook d3, rook c2, as you've indicated, get that pawn going into the game, and then suddenly the black king can come into f7, e6. Yeah. And definitely a way of putting pressure on Lei Tingjie.
Long time. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's been a 7-hour game and it's been 70 moves, but you look and it's moved 37 and they've got no time left. This has been a slow burn. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. But it did promise so much more. I mean, the position was very, very complicated in the early middle game. And it looked like Zhu Wenjun was nurturing a very fine attack. But then somehow or other, she lost her nerve and bailed out into this endgame. And I just like how she switched gears. Like, you did think that she was just playing for the draw, but she's rejected that at this opportunity. And instead, maybe she's going to start to push for more. And she has the time, 6 minutes to consider what to play. I like your move, rook d3.
Yeah.
Get d4 into the game. And it's not just the d pawn, it's also the king.
It's also the king, and it's also the fact that white's king is just a smidge worse placed, just given the placement of the bishops, and rook c2 is her call. It might just be that she wants a rest. She's decided that Lei is close enough to move 40 that it's not worth, squeezing out a minuscule advantage. And I'm hungry. I want dinner. I want to draw this game with the black. Nothing wrong with that. I think we're very likely to see that repetition.
Yeah. And Lei Tingjie is offering it.
Yep.
Will Zhu Wenjun accept?
This is the big moment of truth.
It is a big moment of truth. And once again, king comes in.
Incredible. And I just think she figures, I'll make 2 more moves. If white holds the position and move 40 is reached, I can always offer a draw. So from the perspective of white's clock, it's a sensible move. I wouldn't have minded a repetition, but I like the fighting spirit.
Yeah. And that was one thing they both promised us, fighting chess. And question for Lei Tingjie. Move 38. Is she going to go rook b1? No, she decides to go for h4.
Great move, and very mature move, I think, because she's not afraid of the king coming into the center. Because she sees that, as we talked about earlier, once it comes to e6, it has no way to squeeze through the cracks of white's position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. King e6 is met by rook b1. And rook b6 is very unpleasant, so you don't want to do that. King e7, maybe. Maybe it's time to play rook c4.
Okay, rook d1 and rook a4. Draw.
Draw. It is. Well, ultimately, chess is a draw, isn't it? You just got to trick your opponent one way or another.
When I played Korpov, draw is, but it's in the World Championship matches. You have to try to make it a draw.
Yeah.
I'm at the stage in the morning where I don't know what I'm saying. So I've been at that stage my whole life, but particularly now.
Because of this drawing stage in the matches between Kasparov and Karpov, if you ask ChatGPT, who are the drawing players, it will say Kasparov. Kasparov has been criticized for drawing too many
I'm telling
games.
you, ChatGPT has it as something that goes wrong when you ask it any chess questions. Like if you ask it to give you a bio of Levon Aronian, I think it mentions several siblings who are also grandmasters. Like, yeah, I didn't know that. Of course, Levon, I don't know if he has siblings, but if he does, they're definitely not GMs.
No, they're not. No, they're not GMs. He has a sister. And there we see Rook C4 played, Rook D1 defending the bishop on the board. And interestingly enough, it does lie to you. So I asked it once, I said, what are the weaknesses of Magnus Carlsen? And it kind of spouted all these things. And I said, well, how did you come to this conclusion? And it responded, by studying his games. I was like, ain't that a lie, my friend?
Wow. That's a pretty direct response. It's almost like you don't know if it's an AI or human behind the screen.
Yeah.
Well, nowadays, harder and harder to tell.
It is certainly hard to tell. And once we're on move 40, both sides can breathe a sigh of relief. And perhaps this is what it's all been for Ju Wenjun, just to be able to make her opponent reach time control. And psychologically, as someone on chat say, force your opponent to offer that draw.
Yep, that's a good phrase. And White, of course, the ultimate goal is to trade rooks here, but I'm quite confident that Lei Tingjie is going to take at least quite a few minutes here just to settle her nerves and reassess the situation and find the cleanest path to another peaceful result.
And while she does have a think, it's the perfect time for us to take a quick break and come back ready for all the remaining action. So see you in a few minutes. Don't go away.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
You guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen.
Hikaru. Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics. Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not interested.
You're not interested in chess players?
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yep. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlsen, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did! You get $50, dude! Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
Hello and welcome back to Game 3 in the Women's World Championship match between Lei Tingjie, the challenger, and 3-time reigning Women's World Champion Wenjun. And the players have just passed the golden move 40, so they do have a 30-minute time bonus. But in a position that looks very, very equal. In fact, some people would call it dead draw. We do see that Wenjun is actually trying to nurture something more. She is actually trying for an advantage here. We have bishops of opposite color. We have rooks on the board, and both sides have blockaded pass pawns. So, on a practical level, how big are Wenjun's chances of goading Lei Tingjie into making a mistake?
Well, bizarrely, she's managed to come up with some sort of an idea, because I had a hard time envisioning even what could hypothetically go wrong for either side here. And I don't think that rook a4 was blundered, but the point is that a5 is now hanging. And if you defend it, then the rook trampolines over to the other side and picks up h4. But I was going to say, after rook takes h4, you could shut the door on the rook by bringing the bishop back to d4. But Lei Tingjie, she's got king e3 instead. And her idea is very clever. Very clever. Very nice. Rook a5, rook a1. Whoop! And, whoop, yeah. Nope. Not whoop. Rook a1. Whoop! And after the rook trade, this is a dead draw. Black is not better. Black is not pushing. This is a dead draw because no progress can be made in this position.
Yep. Absolutely. And very nice move from Lei Tingjie there. Just to hold the position together defensively. I like it. I mean, is there any way Black can try and break this down? So, for instance, you're not obliged to play rook takes pawn. I was thinking moves like, first of all, give a check to the white king.
Yep, I'll go king f4.
Yes.
Yes, Jen.
Yes, I didn't get anywhere. And the problem is that rook a1 is happening, whether I like it or not. So
exactly. It's like you jump on the a5 bandwagon or not. I'm playing rook a1 anyway, whether you take the pawn or not. Exactly. And she's going to take it. That's how the game is going to end, I would imagine.
Okay. Well, we will find out. And other moves that Wenjun could play for the advantage. Rook a2.
She's trying every last piece of meat is being picked off the bone here.
Okay.
G3, G5, though. And there's a mate threat on E2. I think Lei is just hoping that, okay, finally she takes on A5. No. I'll make you work for it, says Wenjun. I still think G3 is good. G5, you can play rook E1.
Yeah. Other possibilities could you play rook B1? Although that does encourage the king to come to F5. And I've made a mistake.
We're going to play a couple more moves there, won't we?
Yeah. So that is not a move to play. Other potential moves? Could you also go G4? Try to trade off pawns? I know you suggested G3.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the chat. Couple people suggesting G4 just to clear off a little real estate for the king on F4, because the last thing you want, I don't know if getting mated is in Lei Tingjie's daily agenda, especially in this opposite colored bishop, but something tells me it isn't.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? What's your prediction? G3, G4?
G3. I think G3.
G3.
So, because, G4, Black might actually have G5 anyway.
I was just thinking about that. G5 could be a very spicy move. G3, and then after G5, how are you defending?
Let's bring up an analysis board, because here at this point you have to calculate until the end of the line. G3, G5. So for newer players, Black is threatening checkmate on E2. And the point of G5 is to deprive the king of F4. White might have to go rook E1. Now you might say, well, isn't rook D2 a more natural move? But what's very important to remember is that White has to preserve the mechanism. You have to be able to put the rook on the A file here to force the rook trade. Otherwise, you're suddenly down a pawn with the rooks on the board, and then you've got to work a little bit harder for the draw. That leads us to the move rook e1. Yeah. But here black can make a move like king f5, Yovi, and it feels a little bit uncomfortable for white suddenly. Just a little bit.
Yeah, it does feel uncomfortable. But in this situation, I think, can you neutralize everything by playing g4? But one thing I also really wanted to point out is that after g5, white should not get tempted by playing pawn takes pawn. Because people might be saying, well, the more pawns you trade, the closer you get to the destination of draw land. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, if you do that, you're simply giving black an outside pass pawn. And you're removing a lot of the tension. The bishop was hitting at f6. It's no longer having a target.
Yeah, and she's spending time again. And this is the only time addition you have. So if you get down to even 10 minutes, it hits different when you know that there's no time addition to look forward to. That kind of time pressure is a completely different animal.
Mm-hmm. Yes, when there is no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, exactly. You do not want to get.
That was a good one. Travel. A good expression.
Yeah. And okay, difficult decision now for Lei Tingjie. G3, G4. What is she going to go for? Sadly, there's no way to neutralize it. I mean, like for instance, with a way to gain activity.
No, I think it's between G3, G4. Even no, what am I saying? Rook e1 allows rook takes g2, and you have no way to step away with a discover check against the rook. I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of hesitation here for Lei Tingjie. Is she getting in her own head a little bit here?
Well, she's probably annoyed with herself that she took that negative decision of rook a1. Because she could have played an active move like rook b8 check, gone bishop b6. And again, she would have had a very easy time in defense. But instead, she just assumed that Ju Wenjun was playing for the draw when Ju Wenjun tricked us all and blindsided us by improving her rook. So when you're in kind of this mentality that you're kicking yourself, it is easy to make a mistake. Yeah, I was also looking at moves like king f4.
Yeah, but once you get into that territory of sacking a pawn and not being able to force the rook trade, that's where the threshold is drawn. One easy blunder to make. Want to see a crazy line?
Yeah.
A cruel line, a painful line, a bloody line, king f4. Rook takes g2, you might say, I have the same thing I can do on the a file, I can do on the g file. But then black suddenly plays g5 check. No problem, I'll just take and step back to e3. You have to move your rook, and then I take g5. Tears, and lots of them, would flow after rook e2.
Yeah. Yeah, you would not sleep easily after that mistake. So definitely a lot. There is some danger based on this rook e2 checkmate motif for Ju Wenjun. And now I'm just also thinking of ways to easily neutralize this. So for instance, I was thinking g3 as well. And after g5, I was thinking about moves like bishop b6. It's like, enough. Give my king some air.
Give your king d4 if it needs it.
Yeah.
I mean, it does need it after rook e2. This also feels like a draw. Rook a3 check. Probably just slide back to f2 in this case.
Yes.
And a repetition of this sort would be likely.
Yeah,
but man.
Although we have seen Ju consistently refuse the draw offer. So
yeah, she keeps finding ways to prolong the game. Every time we think, okay, she's going to settle for rook takes a5, really Magnus-like in her ability here to create problems out of nowhere. I mean, if you had told me going into that endgame that Lei Tingjie would be flat out suffering, I wouldn't believe you. I mean, this looks as dead of a draw as it's possible for a position to get. And she's managing to put practical pressure, which is important also in the context of this being a match, right? This game is probably going to end in a draw, but I think she's showing what she's capable of even in equal position. All of that matters as the games pile up and fatigue increases.
Exactly. I couldn't have put it better myself. You know, you might as well draw out the games. And as David Howell and Magnus Carlsen say in their Grind Like a Grandmaster chessable course, you're not out there to make friends. They're not making friends with us two, that's for sure. But it's all about just gaining those points and squeezing out those victories, playing moves that pose your opponent's problems.
Vidovic.
Yeah, it was. I mean, in this endgame, I would only say this decision of to go Rook A1, which was a very human, natural decision. But she failed on the golden rule. She didn't make eye contact with Ju Wenjun. If she'd made eye contact with Ju Wenjun, and if Ju Wenjun had smiled, like she could have gone Rook A1 and then Rook's off the board. We are on the same page.
Yeah, there's also this head movement where you go from side to side. It's like if you offer a draw and you want to know whether your opponent is likely to accept it, you look at the way that they're moving their head. You know, if it's like this, there's a side to side motion. It's like, okay, when the position is balanced, I mean, okay, white has chances, black has chances. Okay, when they start smiling, you know they're going to take it. So, tips for knowing whether your opponent is going to accept a draw when you offer it: essential reading.
Completely, wholeheartedly agreed, as does Lei Tingjie. And talking about Ju Wenjun, who's playing with the black pieces and is doing her utmost to put pressure on Lei Tingjie. Let's have a look at some of her stats. She is a reigning 3-time FIDE Women's World Champion. She is playing to get her 4th World Championship title and was one of the 6th women to surpass 2600 rating. She became a Grandmaster at 23, and her rating of 25, I think 64, puts her a number 2 woman in the world, just behind Hao Yifan, and very, very impressive player.
Yeah, just such a level of, such a pedigree, such a level of experience. And you know, I don't like to tie everything into, you know, the current topic of discussion, but I do think that part of the benefit of having this experience is having the confidence to go for it, to play for maximum, because you know that you can do it. You know that you can maintain your calm in high pressure situations, and you know that your opponent likely hasn't faced a situation like this where the draw is within reach. You're so close to saving what could have been a disaster, and the draw keeps getting pushed away from you. And from Ju Wenjun's perspective, like I said earlier, sort of another day at the office. Very, very important to have that extra couple years of experience.
Yeah. Like you say, she's been in the hot seat in a match situation, not once, but twice. And she's played twice in front of her hometown, Shanghai. She's felt the pressure and she's dealt with it accordingly. She's been in situations where she's had to make those comeback wins. She's done it. Very, very strong Grandmaster there, very experienced, and it's helping her make these types of decisions. And also, you mentioned, you know, she's working with Hare Krishna, and I do remember that when David Howell played his longest game ever, it was against Hare Krishna. They played like 200 plus moves. So is Hare Krishna also a grinder?
Very much so. And the funny story I have with Pintala is that I played him in the last round of the Qatar Masters, which was that ridiculously strong open tournament where Magnus also played. And the night before, I'd drawn a completely winning position against Jabava. I was really upset. So I figured I have the white pieces. I don't want to end the tournament in a loss. I'm gonna make a draw. I'm gonna trade all the pieces. And I played the most obnoxious, you know, non-Daniel like style. I from the opening just traded all the pieces, held a slightly worse endgame, much like this one actually. And I could tell afterward that my opponent was not happy. I was promised a combative player who was going to give me winning chances. I got, you know, this trader, this, you know, 85-year-old man, you know, who's playing like this draw is the most important thing in the world. But Pintala is a grinder. He can grind out advantages. And it's the order of the day, Ovi. I think that is one of the effects of Magnus Carlsen on the chess world at large, is the appreciation of how much you can play in situations where 30, 40 years ago, As Veselin Topalov once said, the top player in the world would offer a draw without thinking. Nowadays, a draw for isn't even on people's radar when they feel that there is something left to be squeezed.
Yeah. And I completely agree. There has been a shift in mentality, and a lot of it is to do with Karpov, Carlsen, and they are really in it for the long haul. In fact, they kind of call it the seventh hour. They say, well, at the seventh hour, they start to kick in, whereas their opponents just lose energy, lose focus, get tired. And this will also have enduring consequences for the rest of the match, because if Ju Wenjun can do this, just keep her young opponent just dragging on, playing on these very long endgames, maybe she'll get tired.
She's got 13 minutes on her clock. I mean, we've been talking, and she still has not moved. And I don't want to overstate the case here. You can draw this with 2 minutes on the clock. I believe even with playing only on increment, she should still be able to draw this. But the likelihood of a blunder continues to increase.
Yeah. The more the clocks whittle down, and there we can see Lei Tingjie now 12 minutes on the clock. And she has to take a decision as to how she's going to defend the G-pawn. And is she getting nervous? Is she frustrated? And Ju Wenjun very much still present. I wonder whether this constant sitting down, looking at the opponent, was very much part of the match strategies that each of them have devised. They're like, no, don't go away. Put the pressure on.
I think it's not unlikely that this is a conscious decision. I don't know how these players are by their natural tendencies. Like, are they pacers? And also in the World Championship, there's nothing else to watch. That reflex of getting up, let me look at some of the other boards to refresh myself, that's not present. You can only go to your personal rest area, and that's not to everybody's liking. We have a move. I know this is hard to... It's hard for me to say, but a move has been made. It is G3, as we expected.
Yeah, G3 it is. This is going to be a bitter fight until the end. On your question about whether they're pacers, I don't recall that Ju Wenjun is a pacer at all. Lei Tingjie, I don't think I've seen her walking around. But then, having said all that, I didn't get the impression that Ding Liren was a walker.
Yeah, and man, during that World Championship match, you got the impression that he hates sitting at the board. The worst thing in the world is sitting at the chessboard, whose chess pieces you're handling in that game.
Yeah. So, okay. Was a conscious decision here. It's been a conscious decision in this particular match. And maybe the chairs are just too comfortable. These chairs have been specially chosen by the players themselves. That's why they're playing with different styles. Which one would you go for? Too comfortable? Well, a comfortable one or uncomfortable chair?
Definitely comfortable. I'm a big chair. I was going to say chair person, and I was like, wait, is that some sort of is that phrase? Yeah, I'm a big chair person.
You just gave yourself a new title.
Yeah, CM chairmaster. Okay, this is going nowhere. For me, the swivel is very important. Although my 5-year-old self tends to come out whenever there is any swivel chair. I think people can relate to that. It's just a natural instinct.
Yeah. I'm sitting on a swivel chair right now.
So am I.
The amount of times that I realized I'm not centered on the picture. It's like, oops.
Yep.
And
to my producer's great chagrin, I'm swiveling. Ain't that right, Big? Recenter me now.
There we see Ju Wenjun going into deep thought. She has 31 minutes left on the clock and plenty of time to consider what she's playing. We've been considering this move of G5. But of course, that's not the only move that she can play. She can also play king to F5 to trap the white king, deprive it of the F4 square. Other moves at the disposal would be just an improving move, maybe move the bishop to c4, anchor all your pieces. But I do feel it's a choice between g5 and king f5. And when it comes to thinking in the endgames, is it worth drawing it out for instance, you frustrate your opponent even more. Because I'm thinking in this type of position, you really want your opponent just to make a move as quickly as possible, and then you can deal with that, and you just want that draw. But if your opponent is sat there thinking for 15, 20 minutes, and it's just a choice between g5 and king f5, and they're taking their time, will you get more frustrated or not?
I would say so, but I think the threshold I like to draw is, do I think that there are any realistic chances of winning? Because if you're dragging a game out, you're also tiring yourself out, right? You're expending energy trying to find winning attempts. And in my experience, you can lose any endgame in which you overpress. So one way that black could overpress here is to play king f5, which I don't like because of bishop c3. And this little pathway here to the left side of the board can really cost black, because once white's king gets involved, black's king kind of gets stuck in mud on f5. So that's where I draw the line. Like, you want to make sure that under no circumstances do you start flirting with the unthinkable result. Here, I think it's a territory where I really cannot see Lei Tingjie making a mistake. When g5 is a one-move mate threat, there's a reason she's in the world championship, and I think rook takes a5 is going to happen at some point soon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah.
Apparently my camera was just spun 360 degrees.
How did it do that? Wow.
Bick, his powers are omnipresent.
Mm-hmm. And interesting decision there. You think rook takes a5 will happen, but then she's burning a lot of time to come to that decision. That would be a disappointment for us all. If she spent 29 minutes and then played rook takes a5, allowing rook a1, well, I think everyone would be mildly annoyed.
Mildly, yes. Very mildly. Very mild. Just mild, the mildest of milds. Milder than Tabasco sauce. Milder than the green Tabasco sauce.
It's one of my downsides. I have this very British sense of humor that I always do this deprecation, and I also kind of completely understate things. Like we have this, I have this kind of sayings. Let me see if I can pull it up. It's very hilarious.
But that's what makes British humor amazing. It's the understatement, which takes a second to glean.
Yeah, it does. Hang on. But it was something translates into, it was very, very funny. It was something translates into a nightmare and other things. Okay, so it's a nightmare. If I say that to you, the meaning is a mild inconvenience, typically used to describe slightly heavy traffic or the internet not working. It's a nightmare. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so the overstatement. Yeah.
Right. And then if I say to you, it's not ideal, it means that something terrible has happened.
I do use it's not ideal.
Certainly ruined.
I do use this is not ideal, like a bad situation. The situation is not ideal.
And do you mean something terrible has happened and life is almost certainly ruined? That's how we Brits use it. It's not bad. Also, we have this kind of thing where we say it's not bad, which means it's actually really good. And if I say to you it's quite good, that means it's actually bad.
It's quite good.
I don't know.
It would,
Yeah.
So if Wenjun spent 27 minutes on this move and played rook takes a5, you would say this isn't good. No, you would say this is not ideal and it's quite good.
It's not ideal. I would say this. Yeah. And Wenjun thinking, what is she going to do? She's keeping us on tenterhooks. Is she going to go for the drawing line, rook takes a5, and accept the inevitable? Or will she try and push for more with moves like g5? And we've already established that moves like king f5 maybe step in the wrong direction, playing with fire a little bit too much.
Yep, I literally a step in the wrong direction. I would keep the king closer to the left side than the right side. She could also choose to repeat moves with rook a3 and rook a2, a riveting continuation. That would be, and then perhaps taking on a5 and then allowing the rook trade. And in that case, we'll get my voice is quivering with excitement when I think about the opposite colored bishop endgame that we're going to get as a result, in which the winning chances are few and far between. That would be ideal.
Nada.
BEA beautiful.
Yeah, never. And where are we going to see? And of course, Lei Tingjie, very, very strong opponent. She's a very strong challenger indeed. She's what I like about her story is that, you know, she obviously from China. They were hard hit by the coronavirus, and Alexander Kostenik was telling us that she just had one tournament. They were only allowed to play one tournament in 2021, and she chose the FIDE Grand Swiss, and she won it with 1 point to spare. And apparently she was running around the closing dinner saying, you know, when are the dates for candidates? And they told her the dates, and she was like, okay, it's in her calendar. And again, in 2022, the candidates was the only tournament that she played. She won it. And then just now, she defeated Tan Zhongyi in the 2023 candidate finals. And incredible story. And whilst Zhu Wenjun is considering what to do, let's have a look at Lei Tingjie and her career so far. Challenger Lei Tingjie is trying to become the 18th Women's World Champion in history and the 7th from China. She would join a prestigious list that includes Xijun, Hou Yifan, and her opponent in this match, Zhu Wenjun. Lei Tingjie has already made history several times. She is just one of 7 women to become a Grandmaster as a teenager. In 2021, Lei won the first ever Women's Grand Swiss, and she did it by a whopping 1.5 points, starting the event an amazing 8 out of 9. With a round to spare, no one could mathematically catch her. That dominant victory put Lei into the candidates tournament, one step shy of the World Championship. 3 short match victories, and she would be the challenger. Lei won them all, and she never even needed a tiebreak. For her first battle held in Monaco, Lei faced off against former world champion Maria Muzicuk. Lei won immediately in the first game, then secured 3 draws to advance to the semi-final. Lei wasn't done with the Muzicuk family yet. Next came Anna Muzicuk, Maria's older sister. The players started with 3 draws, partially flipping the script from the previous round. But the match ultimately produced the same result. Lei won the 4th game, and with it, her 2nd match. The final moved to China, where Lei faced her compatriot Tan Zhongyi. Like Maria Muzicuk, Tan Zhongyi is a former world champion. Tan greeted Lei coldly in the very first game, delivering Lei's first loss of the candidates. How would Lei deal with her first adversity of the qualification cycle? By taking over the match and never losing again. She won Game 2, and Game 4, and Game 5. Her 3rd win clinched the match with a game still on the schedule. Just like in the last round of the Grand Swiss, it wasn't needed. Now Zhu Wenjun awaits. Has the 3-time champ finally met her match in Lei Tingjie? Yes, there we see Lei Tingjie, a very worthy competitor indeed. And now she is at the board, wondering what Zhu Wenjun, her opponent, her rival, will play. Will this whole experience turn her world around? We'll find out.
Still thinking, aren't we?
We are
I was
still
hoping
thinking.
that my silence would prompt, a move to be played, but no. She will move only at her own pace.
No, as she's already used over 10 minutes to come to this stage. And definitely a fight to the bitter end between these two. And here we go. We have a move. Rook A3 check.
We do. So my strategy
King goes
worked.
F2.
And perhaps this is a repetition of moves before another 20-minute think.
No, don't do that to us.
You know,
think of the
jinx
poor
it.
commentators. Yes.
I'll
No,
breathe it
that
into
would be.
existence.
I don't mind like long drawn out games where people really try to win, but to go into a 20-minute think and then go maybe rook takes a5. That's like, where is your sympathy? Okay, so now she has made a quick move. She's moved the king over to d6.
No, she's playing for a win now, like flat out playing for a win, and not in a performative way either. But my question would be, what happens after rook b1? Like, how does black justify king d6? Because again, rook takes a5, you play rook a1. You have to preserve that mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
What is Ju's intent? And what is her next move going to be?
Well, after rook b1 makes a lot of sense, because after all, you're
Pull up
threatening
an
rook
analysis
b6.
No.
And I'm guessing
Oh.
her move is... But is that a mistake?
No. I was hallucinating as usual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't see what else black does other than rook takes a5. I mean, here there's rook b7
Bishops.
already, and ugh.
And then you've pushed too hard.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so if, in this kind of situation, I mean, can you... throw in? No, I don't see what the plan is. Maybe king c7? Could that be... Oh, there you go, king c7.
Very smart. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Whoops, mouse slip. I blundered my pawn. Ugh. All these mouse slips. Okay, what is wrong with me? Press bishop, rook a5, bishop b6 for us to all be on the same page.
Yeah.
And if rook a2 check, there's nothing to be afraid of. I think once black's king loses contact with the d5 pawn, white's king just has all of the real estate in the world on the king
Right.
side and in the center. So
I think her idea is actually not to give a check, but to keep that white king caged along the second row. And we see rook b1 played quickly by Lei Tingjie.
I feel like rook takes this might be the moment for rook takes a5. I think the moment has been reached.
I don't think she's going to play that. All signs point to me that she's going to play a move like king c7, and say after bishop c5, she's going to continue with like rook to c3 or something.
Yeah, she's gone this far. I mean, you might as well just go the full 9 yards, you know?
Exactly. You might as well. Yes.
Lei just seems to have that, I don't know if I would call it annoyed or just, you know, we all know how this game is going to end, so why don't you get on with it kind of expression. But I appreciate Wenjun's fighting spirit. She's found every single way to keep this game going 10 moves longer than we thought it would be going, milking white's clock down to 11:22 now, and I just don't see a way to get white to make any more difficult decisions. That's at the root of it.
Right. And also it could be part of the match strategy as well that Wenjun has concocted with her second Hare Krishna. They say, you know, play every game out to the bitter end, tire your opponent, and psychologically just wear them down.
Yeah. And sometimes just sitting and waiting for your opponent to move can be a lot more fatiguing than being in the process of calculation and in the process of discovering new things about the position. This torturous waiting period is both tough from just a human perspective, but also nerve-wracking because you're sitting there and you start conjuring up ghosts when you're playing a good player and they're taking forever. You start going down the same lines that once you thought were safe, now suddenly you see problems where there are none to be found. But I don't think this position is complex enough to warrant any of that process actually happening.
Yeah. It is very well could be the case that she is tiring Lei out for tomorrow's game. Yeah, absolutely. And one thing with doing this type of chess strategy is that you kind of mentioned that during these pauses that you could be considering goat, also, it's very difficult to maintain concentration for such a long period of time. So it's, it's very easy to lose focus and just lose your patience and react instinctively when your opponent eventually makes their move. You think, oh, thank God. And then you play the move that you were perhaps planning 20 minutes ago. And you'll find out it was a mistake. It's happened to me. King d7 on the board.
Relatable. And Lei has to accelerate her pace a little bit. I would play rook a1 here and then meet rook d3 with our old idea. This is an idea that we stumbled upon really at the start of the time control. Can you believe we've only made 5 moves since move 40? It's mind-boggling. This is only move 46. But I think putting the rook on a4 makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah. But it certainly does make a lot of sense. I know to answer your question about, I could not believe it was we just made 5 moves after move 40. I thought it feels like we've actually played like 20 moves and gone through this whole emotions.
For sure.
Yeah.
And now Lei, she's already taken a minute, right? And now these minutes, they feel different because she's about to fall under 10 minutes. I called that the time pressure threshold after time control is made. And I really think it is, right? 8 minutes feels very different from 11 minutes somehow. No matter what the position is, that's the thing. You can lose any position when you're down to your last seconds.
Exactly. And I also wondered psychologically, is Lei looking just to finish it as quickly as possible? So I'm thinking of moves such as g4. You still have the idea if the bishop is attacked, then you go rook d1. If rook takes pawn, you go rook a1. But somehow or other, you start to menace something on the right side of the board.
I like g4 a lot. And a great follow-up to that would be g5, because the bishop sort of skewers the 2 pawns. So if you can reduce the kingside pawns to 1 apiece, that's just drawery immediately. Because at that point, there's just nothing to play with. The fact that she's thinking now for over 2 minutes tells me that she is probably calculating something concrete like g4. But she might also resort to playing it safe. That's kind of what she's been doing throughout the endgame. Either way, she's got to make a decision to leave herself with a little bit of a cushion.
Yeah. And looking at her eyes, they were just moving to the left. So I suspected that she was looking at rook a1. But now she's moved to the right side. Left, right, which way are you going to go? And Lei Tingjie has just under 8.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, man. Hesitation there, a little bit of impatience, a little tapping on the table. What are we going to see? Rook a1 or g4?
Yeah, and it's just like Arkady says there in chat, today Ju decides when the game will end, and only Ju will decide that.
Well, she's
but I also wonder whether whether you get annoyed by your opponent making a move like such as this. It's a drawn position, they play it out. Do you feel like, man, why do you have to do this to me? Like, what is it? What is in it for you? Do you feel some kind of strong emotions? Because I was just thinking back to the games between Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. And there, like, Magnus was doing all sorts of things, and you felt that it was primarily just to provoke Vishy to feel some anger, just to get him out of that kind of cool comfort. Like, you saw him, it looked like he was faking sleeping on the board.
Oh, yeah, Magnus loves that stuff.
Yeah, and I'm wondering whether also this is part of the mind games, or am I reading too much into it? Make your opponent hate you.
First of all,
so that they're more emotional.
On the separate topic of sleeping at the board, I mean, it's actually very hard to fall asleep at the board. And you can trust me on this because I know how to fall asleep anywhere. But, as rook b8 is played and Lei Tingjie says, hey, you want me to bring the heat? I'll bring the heat. I'll bring my rook to g8 and start chopping off your kingside pawns. But Magnus kind of likes to do that pretend thing where he's almost showing that he's lost hope in winning. But you at this point, nobody buys it because they know what Magnus Carlsen is capable of winning. So I think it is part of the strategy, right? It's frustrating, regardless of whether you're taking it personally. Like, why are you not trusting my ability to make a draw here? It's just tiring and frustrating because you're worse. And now with 7 minutes on the clock, you genuinely feel a little twinge of fear. I mean, I'm getting nervous just seeing her clock.
I agree. 7.5 minutes. I must admit, someone did this to me. Like, they drew out the game to over 100 moves, and I was so mad at them. I was like, come on. It was literally a knight and a pawn. They had the knight, and I had a bishop and a pawn. And there was one trick in the book, and I didn't fall for that trick.
Mm-hmm.
And I just knew how. All you had to do was just like memorize like this drawn king and pawn ending. That was it. And he played it on for like until
on and on and on and on
the 50, the move 50 rule. And I was just like mad. I was like, why are you doing this? And then afterwards he said to me, you deserved it. And I was like,
whoa,
I do not deserve such a thing. But now I think
what did I
has
do to
changed.
you? What did I do to you? Please tell me.
Exactly. But ever since then, I haven't kind of forgiven him for doing that. So there is some emotion going on there. And I'm wondering whether this is also the same with Ju. And big decision for Ju. Does she want to let go of control of the position and take the pawn on a5, let the rook get to g8? Or is she simply going to go bishop c8 and say, no, that was a bit too hair-raising for me? But then again, if you do make negative decisions like bishop c8, then you're allowing the white rook to activate itself on a8.
If you want to lose.
No, and that's you don't want to lose that. So bishop c8 is definitely not a good move. So you just have to accept, actually. You have to put the pawn on g6, the bishop on d3, grab the a-pawn, and play it out like that.
But I mean, it's crazy to even say this, but I could now envision a scenario where if black loses g7 and white plays rook g6, for example, we might as well bring up an analysis board. We got all the time in the world.
Yeah.
Rook takes a5. First of all, I think rook a8 might be an attempt, but her idea is rook g8. Let's say black makes an incautious move. I don't know, rook a3, right? Takes, here. Black is almost, well, losing is a very strong word, but black is much, much worse. You're losing f6. So we like to pretend, sometimes when we watch top-level games, we think the result is very deterministic, and this must end in a draw. But at any given moment, usually each side is only like one big mistake away from losing, which kind of makes chess into the interesting game that it is. Any position you can mess up from either side.
Yeah. And you never should underestimate the human ability to make a mistake. That's always my take on life. And so, Danya, now we have the time. Let's discuss what's happening in your future. You're here. I don't often get to speak to you. What is in store for you?
Well, I'm a bit terrified, but I am playing an over-the-board tournament. First round's on Sunday evening, and it's a 9-rounder here in Charlotte. But it's a tournament I've been planning to play for a long time. It's a 9-rounder, lots of GMs. Gonna be fun. And honestly, it's getting older has its pluses and minuses. One of the pluses is that I'm a lot less nervous now playing an OTB tournament than I used to be, because I don't feel that pressure of having to demonstrate that I'm the kid, I'm the up and comer. Now I can play for my enjoyment. So that's coming up this week. And after that, I'm finally going to take a bit of a chill couple weeks, because I've just had, insanity happening since Norway, and then 2 camps and commentary. And there's the Bullet Championship also. So I'm going to have to be nice and fresh for that. Some losers are playing in that tournament, like Carlsen and Nakamura. It'll be easy. I don't even know why they invited me, Jovanka. This is an insult to my bullet strength, honestly.
Exactly. I reckon Rebecca will win it all. What is the origin of your name? Is it on? You have like Rebecca. I can't remember what it is.
Rebecca Harris.
Harris.
Oh,
that's
gosh.
it. Okay.
Okay. There's the Well, it's the name of a character from a TV show. That's where I'll leave that. But the justification is that I had no idea. I think I created it on like a high school friend's dare or something. And I didn't think anything of it. It was 2016. Online chess was a completely different animal. Then, it started getting famous and there were, who is this person, It turns out that there is a women's FIDE master named Rebecca Harris. It was about 2,100 FIDE. And does she know about Rebecca Harris? Who knows? That's an enduring mystery.
Maybe, but you're sadly making her profile public and leveling up her game just by being present there and playing against all the top players. No. So you hang on a second. So you got commentary coming up. Okay, so the king comes up. So we see a check. So you got commentary. You got commentary tomorrow.
Yep.
And then after that,
I got a round.
You're also playing chess.
Yep.
Yes. And what kind of time control are we talking? Classical.
Sadly, it's a classical tournament.
Oh.
Sadly.
Okay.
Not as big of a fan of those anymore, but got to keep my brain sharp from time to time. And if it's a tournament that's a 15-minute drive away, I really don't have too much of an excuse not to play. And it's fun. I like to. I really like to play tournaments when I can stay at home because it also releases some of the pressure. You don't feel like you traveled very far to get there and you have to perform. It raises the chill factor. Speaking of the chill factor, are we going to be
I think we're gonna
chilling out with a repetition?
I think Rook B8 caused Wenjun some discomfort, and now we've just seen her give a check to the king, attack the bishop. Are we going to see Wenjun force a draw?
I'm abstaining from this conversation.
Yeah, I'm quite excited about it. I'm like, will she, won't she? Will she join the dance? And if she prolongs the game, what will happen? Will it all backfire on her? I'm loving this narrative. Chess is just one big storyline. And here we see Wenjun. She has 14 minutes on the clock. Because of chat is not that hopeful. Chat is like, no, it's going to end because of the 50 move rule. Okay, well, we can have a bet, right? Chat says 50 move rule. What are you saying, Danya? I think it's going to end soon.
50 move rule as in the game should end before move 50 is reached. Maybe a different kind of 50 move rule.
No. I think chat is going on about the 50 moves and there will be no pawns pushed. No pieces traded. It's going to be a long maneuvering game. So someone from chat has said that. I'm going to be confident. I'm going to say Rook A4 is going to happen. King is going to come to E3.
Mm-hmm.
Because Rook B8 is a scary move. It's active.
Very.
And suddenly it becomes risky to play for a win.
And the reason is that white is a threat. For the first time, white actually has a threat. So black can no longer dilly-dally and chill out near the fireplace. You gotta put your pina colada down and start doing stuff.
Exactly, and it's not like you can move the king to the right side to aid its pawns, because if you step to e7, it's going to be check. If you move it to e6, then the rook will come to b6.
No pina coladas for you.
Yeah.
I mean, black might have a pina colada after blundering like that. Okay,
so
that's
I'm
the most number of times
Rook
chess
A2
commentator
check.
has said that in a span of 1 minute. Do I get that record?
Pina colada. Yeah, you can get that. Oh, but I've got the song in my head now. I like pina coladas.
Is that a song?
There's a song.
I feel like I'm supposed to know it.
Very old song. No, you're not meant to know it because it's very old.
Ooh, Bick knows it.
Yeah.
And he's my age. That's embarrassing. Okay, but he's cultured and knowledgeable and has not spent his entire life in a basement studying a game, so,
Yeah, the mushroom life. I remember that. They were doing commentary once in the basement somewhere. And they were like, we're mushroom people. Don't see the sunlight. Just talking chess. Yeah, Rook A2 check. That's what I'm predicting. King goes to E3. And check, and draw.
Check.
Danya's
Right.
neutral.
I'm not talking. I'm not even talking.
Yeah, he's abstaining from the issue. I might force him to have an opinion though. If
Or
no
shall we
move
say
has
an
been
opinion?
made. Opinion, yeah.
Like a pina colada. I got to keep my record going, all that competition.
Yeah, pina coladas. And if I can get Vic singing for us in our ears one more time, that would be a bonus. Okay.
It's really coming down to the wire, isn't it?
Yeah. What's your?
I think we're going to see a repetition.
Push you.
I think we're going to see a repetition, and I think the reason is the time situation is the time edge is getting erased, and with the threat of Rook G8, unless you have a death, unless you're actively trying to create a 3-result game, the match situation does not dictate the necessity to do something like this at all. So I predict draw, and not just because I would be partial to a nice breakfast, but truly because I think that's the wisest decision.
Mm-hmm. I completely concur. And then you have, is Ju going to run her clock down and then do the repetition? It would be a bit cruel of her to do that, but it's entirely possible that she's looking for a way to keep the game going, and then she just doesn't see it, and then the clock forces her hand. That's happened to me before. Someone offered me a draw once, and I had such a long think. And we see check. King goes to E3.
But that doesn't mean anything now. It does. Rook A3 check, and we are going to see a handshake very soon. And a handshake we see.
And we have it. It is a draw in game 3 between Lei Tingjie playing with the white pieces and 3-time reigning women's world champion Ju Wenjun. They took us on quite an adventure, but we are here. Still, nothing can tell them apart as the score is 1.5 apiece.
Wow, that was a topsy-turvy game. And it was a game in which there were several very distinct stages. It does feel like the endgame dragged on for a long time, right? We're all in the same boat together. But it's easy to forget that this endgame arose because Ju Wenjun spent a lot of time in some of those critical moments. I think the game could have looked very, very different, Yovi, if the queens weren't traded, if Ju was a little bit more confident in herself in critical middle game moments. With that being said, draw with the black pieces. First time that Lei has felt serious pressure. That's got to be a psychological and an objective positive as Ju Wenjun goes in with the white pieces tomorrow.
Yeah, and there we can see the scoreboard. There have been 3 draws. And tomorrow, Ju will have the white pieces. Do you think we'll see more of the same, more kind of putting pressure on Lei Tingjie? Because today is the first time that we saw Ju Wenjun apply some pressure on to Lei Tingjie. Before the other 2 games, it felt like it was Lei Tingjie who was spoiling the chances.
Yeah, I liked Ju's opening choice in game 2. She had a promising position briefly. So I'd be very interested to see what she has to offer against Lei Tingjie's super solid semi-Tarrasch. Will she sidestep things? She likes to play one knight f3 sometimes. So a lot of openings to be decided tomorrow for Ju Wenjun. But again, just like I said today, the key question is, will these 2 players be able to apply serious pressure on each other with the white pieces? And we will see the answer to that question in tomorrow's game.
Yeah, that is indeed the critical questions. What were your impressions of this particular game? Who do you think will be back in the room with a smile on their face? And who do you think will be slightly disappointed with themselves?
At the end, I think Lei will have the smile on her face because she could have easily been looking down the barrel of a 1-point deficit, particularly after blundering knight takes e4. So important for her and her team to come back, figure out why she took the opening a little bit in too relaxed of a manner. I think she didn't sense the critical moments early on. So that post-mortem is much easier to do if you've drawn the game than if you've lost the game. So I think the mood in her camp is going to be good. And I think the mood in Ju Wenjun's camp is going to be decent too. Look, yeah, you had a better position, but you drew from a position of strength with black. I think both players have positives to extract from this game. And I think they're going to be in a fighting spirit for what promises to be a really scintillating Game 4 tomorrow, Yovi.
Yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow. And talking about tomorrow, you and me are going to be back here in the commentary box and talking all about chess in Game 4. It's going to be a critical game, especially as Wenjun returns with the white pieces. Let's see what we have in store for us then. And until that moment, all I can do is thank everyone at home for watching the show, and we will see you both tomorrow. Same time, same place.
Bye.
Bye.